Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
We're in.
It is
I'll
like
live for it.
Let's.
We're only 5 minutes late. We're on not CP time's not
Yo,
too
it's
bad.
Joe.
There he is.
Gross.
Hey, Joey, it's Joey.
There we go.
Oh my god. What the hell's going on?
It's the Super Bowl today, and we're here.
We're got to play the bass boosted NFL theme. You know?
Listen, today we are all Rams fans, okay?
Oh no, I'm from Ohio. Can't have
I don't know about that.
Listen, we gotta give it to this white man, okay?
Yeah.
He was forced to rot. He was forced to rot in Detroit like a member of the black community, and then he rose up through I don't know, and now he's throwing touchdowns to a white man. Very symbolic. Very symbolic.
Black History Month.
It's Ohio supremacy for me. No, we're gonna honor the Great Black Migration.
Oh my god! One second,
now there's a conspiracy. I mean, like Connor Cup is pretty popular. So maybe, just maybe,
I'm just saying, my money's on Joe Shiesty.
I'm gonna stop moving. Do I get weird? I'm just saying, is Megatron actually good, or was it Matthew Stafford the whole time?
We'll see. I had to mute Kevin real quick.
Oh wait, is it only us, Lamau?
yeah.
Yeah, just us four. It's cool though. Four of
Oh,
us.
nice.
Yeah.
I'll be somewhere.
Whoa.
1 second.
I low-key don't know why I have this as my profile pic when I be streaming and shit. Oh my god.
Ship tunes are kind of bumping though.
Oh my goodness.
That was abrupt.
People.
Wait, where's the thing?
Did he mute himself? Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, we're all muted.
All right, he's addressing chat. Address the chat.
Addressing the chat. Thanks, guys. But yeah, so how's everybody doing? We're chilling. We still doing the we're bumping the intro music.
No.
Yeah, now it's now I think he's addressing like welcoming chat and stuff. I think that's what we do now.
Oh.
All
right, cool. Give me 1 second.
He's probably deafened too, so it's all good.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Joe. Joe, I know you're getting fucking spammed on fucking Twitter after this, bro.
Yes.
The accusations of clout chasing will never flow like they have before. Flow like they never had before.
So hello, everybody. Now everybody hear you. Now you are heard. And so we have a wonderful group of panelists here. This is my first time doing this, so please be gentle on me as a moderator. So basically the point of this is it's more of a free flow discussion more than anything else. So we're just going to be shooting the shit for just a little bit of time, just so everybody can get to know each other. Also, moderators, thank you so much for shouting people out. And Michael Mistaken, thank you for another tier 1 subby wubby. Damn, we're almost going to have a stream baby together.
Hey.
So be a funny looking baby, but all that's coming from me. The funny looking part, that is. So, let me introduce the panelists here. From the top left onwards, we're going to be doing this. So, first off, we have Endless Cemetery. And Endless, why don't you introduce yourself?
I am Endless Cemetery, aka the Mortal Kombat Lamar Jackson. I play Mortal Kombat. I'm world class level Jax player in Mortal Kombat. I talk about Black Anarchism, abolition, and just kind of the quote unquote radical politics, and play video games. And that's really about me. That's about it for me.
All right, and then up next, in the middle top row, is Ike Solace.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ike Salas. I'm a political commentator. I've been gone for quite a while, but I'm back really focusing on a podcast I'm launching. I mainly focus on pretty much like everyday news, just common leftist topics, and really just kind of bridging the disconnect between, like, say, what people consider the politically neutral to more like left-leaning topics and progressive issues. So yeah, that's pretty much the baseline for me.
Alrighty. And then in the bottom left, we have Bink Princess.
Hi, I'm Bink. I just do shit just to do shit. I talk shit because why not? It's fun. I do research streams and I leak shit because, guys, who's gonna pay $50 for a 20-page essay? Come on now, just like literally give me shit and I'll leak it. So yeah, I'm 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 your info dealer on the corner. So yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. We all need an info dealer once in a while.
Facts.
So, cool people to provide that info. And last but not least, we have the man himself, Joe Lewis, who has now magically repositioned himself up to the top right corner.
Hell yeah.
Rocky beat us today too.
Hell yeah. It's an important day. I get to grow out my beard indefinitely as a Philadelphia Sixers fan. It's going to be great. Don't know how many seasons it's going to last. Hopefully more than one. KD can cry every night to learn that Ben Simmons is trash. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic turn of events. But yeah, Joe Lewis. I have a Twitch channel. Don't follow it, please. Follow everybody else here. It's weird seeing Endless Cemetery outside. God, it's so weird. Like my fighting game history is starting to collide with other communities. So it's weird to know people out of context, in context now. It's a weird, what a time to be alive. We're all the fighting game players so goddamn bored because there's no tournament, so we have to start now talking about
Big
politics
facts.
shit.
I was about to say,
hopefully it's not. Hopefully Chris G's not next because he's like he'll get canceled about an hour.
You know what I want?
He
I want the low tier
He had
god.
the original spicy anti-Semitic tape.
I want the low tier god politics stream.
Oh God, no.
God, not low tier god.
I mean, he's pretty. He's
a polarizing figure.
So he doesn't like trans people. Well, he does, but a very particular level of requirements needed to be. Ask Sarah Blast. I'm sure they'll have very great opinions about LTG. So many inside jokes. Anyway.
And Ike, I think we're getting just a little bit of feedback from your mic.
I think it's coming if your phone's nearby. It's probably, I think it's coming from that.
Oh yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh no.
You're good.
Also, where's my phone? 1 second.
One second. Let me just go mute myself real quick.
I got mine here because it is my remote ban hammer for my chat, and you know what I'm saying, sometimes you gotta throw people in the gulag.
I mean, honestly, a little gulag throwing wouldn't hurt anybody. So, for the first, I would say 15 minutes of this, we can just shoot the shit, have y'all get to know each other, and then we can just like jump into the discussion afterwards. So, yeah, first thing I wanted to really touch on with that, Joe, when you were in professional fighting games, were you strictly Street Fighter 5, or did you also do Mortal Kombat?
Nah, I started out as a Street Fighter 4 player.
Okay.
Well,
you're 09er.
Yeah, half true. I started out in Smash, but then I didn't have a GameCube. So then when Super Street Fighter 4 came out, I was like, yeah, hell yeah. So I went out and got a Xbox 360, and then and it all went downhill from there.
I actually still have the full arcade stick, like the Ryu arcade stick, the Street Fighter 4 one.
Oh yeah, I still have the one that launched with 4, which is like that like white little box. That only worked for 360, but it was god awful to mod. Jesus, feels like an eternity ago at this point. Can't talk shit about 09ers anymore. We've been in the community for over a decade. People got cope now. We are the future.
I mean, seriously. And it's really cool just to see like when people actually go just full tilt on those sorts of games. Like I played Street Fighter 4 when it came out, but I was fucking terrible at it, so nothing really happened there with me. Plus I was in high school, so it would have been weird for me to jump right into wait, wasn't it? No, I was in college at the time, but I still just was like just too slow to really react to anything. So I would have been a terrible professional gamer.
I was I had just graduated. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say my jam recently has been like Dragon Ball Fighters, but I've just been doing like a little bit of Smash Ultimate as well on stream, just to get back into the swing of things.
Right on. I was working at GameStop the year after I grew. Well, my last year of high school, I was working at GameStop, and the year after was like the year after I graduated. It was when Soul Calibur 4 and Street Fighter 4 dropped, and I had been playing like Mortal Kombat and stuff on the Super Nintendo and stuff, but I didn't really take fighting games seriously until then. And my assistant manager at the time was sweaty, like extra sweaty. So he knew all the infinite combos and everything. And he lived with our manager, and like on weekends we would all go out to his house and drink beers and play fighting games and stuff. And just from getting my cheeks clapped against him every weekend for that whole year, I got better. Soul Calibur 4 was my original game, so I started doing tournaments of that back in like 09. Then when Soul Calibur 6 dropped, because Soul Calibur 5 was low-key trash, Soul Calibur 6 dropped and I was excited. I started doing tournaments in that because I hadn't touched MKX. But they said that MK11 was going to have hit stopping in it, and that was like enough for me to get interested. So I guess was enough for me to actually be good at MK, because it's historically been a game where you have 0.6 seconds to react, or you're getting comboed all the way across the screen and the round is over. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, dude, I would consider like because there's like a lot of fighting games on the market, right? I would say like Soul Calibur, MKX to whole MK to be like one like a real like fighting game, because like the skill gap between like a casual and like a competitive player is just huge. Like I tried it, man, I get washed. Even in Smash, I get washed. And like the only games that I found success in were like games that people don't really consider to be like real competitive fighting games. Like I play like For Honor and like UFC 4. Like I play like all of them like competitively.
There's respectable tournaments for UFC at least, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I'm like into that, man. But like for like a lot of people, it's kind of like not your traditional like fighting game. Because 2D fighters, man, I don't know how you guys do it. That shit's incredibly difficult.
I think 3D fighters are harder, honestly. Like I'm washed at Tekken. I can't do a thing on Tekken.
Tekken stuff too, yeah.
Soul Calibur, I'm alright, but Tekken, I can't do nothing.
Like Tekken is just one of those games where I just flail, just like mash the buttons and just flail every time, like because Like, my little brother and I used to play that growing up, but then when I actually tried playing it online recently, I'm like, oh, I'm fucking terrible at this. I have good memories of Tekken, but that was only from someone who was also terrible, where I stood some kind of a chance. This isn't okay.
Well, MK Tom Brady was talking about how that game, Tekken specifically, like Mortal Kombat, there's almost every single Mortal Kombat is different from the last one, right? Soul Calibur, there's some changes between 4, 5, and 6, but 6 is more like 2 and 3 and 1 than any of the other ones. But Tekken has been the same game for the last like 20 years. So there's sweats on there that have been sweaty at that game since like 1997. It's like no shot. No shot.
No.
Yeah, I don't miss
Are you
it.
currently doing a fighting game over there? What's up?
Oh, I'm playing Tetris.
Ooh, hell yeah. I'm the champ.
I'm playing
I'm the Tetris champ.
I'm playing like I don't know, on the app whatever, it's like you play with like other people.
Ooh.
And then the more you get, like if you complete a row, then the next player get it.
I get really embarrassed when I play Tetris, especially when like I just like brick out, like go all the way up to the top in like a matter of like seconds. Because you would think that like it's oh, this is a really easy game, and then you start to make like stupid mistakes, and it just piles up and piles up and piles up.
Yeah, it's funny because the way I play, it's like the issue with Tetris is that it knows where it's supposed to go, but people don't put it where it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
So that's why I like win a lot, because I'm like, yeah, it wants me to put it right here, and I just
stacks on
execute
stacks
this.
on stacks. Stacks on stacks on stacks.
See, I've been having a better time playing it recently, but Antithesis, shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to get better at
I have the
playing
high
Tetris.
score at my local arcade. I was trying to promote a spot called North Ave Market that's in Baltimore City, and they got a Tetris machine, and I went in there and got the high score. So I was like, yo, I got $20 for anybody who could beat my high score on my Endless Cemetery, like Instagram and stuff. So
Oh, that's dope.
Next time I'm up that way, I'll have to give it a try. But, you know,
Hit me up.
really, the big Tetris, yeah, like the big Tetris player in my house is definitely my wife, Panda. Like, she is like the secret final boss of Tetris for like anyone who's tried to play against her in like multiplayer. It's ridiculous. Like, in 2 seconds, it's like one of those anime where it's like you're already dead.
You've just activated my trap card.
Exactly. You know, just like when you've stepped on this battlefield, your defeat was already guaranteed. And just, like 3 people tried to play her at once, and like I think it was Puyo Puyo Tetris on the Switch. Ooh. And it's just like no, people weren't going anywhere near her in terms of beating her.
I can't do Puyo Puyo Tetris, I'm not gonna lie. Regular Tetris I'm alright at, but Puyo Puyo Tetris, I'll get clapped.
Man, it's just one of those things where it's like I gotta be in a mood to really be good at any of those games, whether it be like any fighting game or Tetris. Like
same.
And I mean netcodes also have to be good if you're gonna play online. But I mean nothing beats playing against a person in person. I know Dragon Ball FighterZ was really rough, like in the beginning, at least on the PS4, just because of the netcodes not being the best. So it's just like either I got a rage quit or the whole match just dropped due to connection. So it's just I don't know what happened.
That's how Street Fighter V was on launch. There was like 8 frames of input lag, so you would lose and not even excuse me, like not even know it.
Oh, God.
Yo, what? Sorry, I'm looking. There's Philly Twitter is having a moment. This is I guess happening now that we're live. This is so irrelevant, but the Colts are planning to trade or release Carson Wentz.
Really?
Which is I love it, but that just makes him a piece of shit. Fuck him. I'm saying he can live his best life. Okay. Like,
what's Nick Foles been up to? Has Nick Foles been putting in work still?
Having a giant dick, staying employed.
Big
That's
Dick
what he's
Nick.
been doing.
Bet. We still on Big Dick Nick time. Bet.
I think he's in Chicago. I think.
Oh my god.
Because I know Flacco. They got Flacco out the way. The coach was like, "Hey, I think your neck's hurt. Maybe you should sit out." Joe Flacco was like, "Nah, I feel fine, coach." It's like, your neck is hurt. Maybe you should sit down. I think you need to sit down.
Yeah. And now he's on the fucking Jets. Like, what happened? Oh, that poor man. He's from Jersey too. Joe Flacco is. Yeah.
Oh,
he's
wow.
from North Jersey. South Jersey.
Like Egg Harbor.
By Camden.
Okay.
He grew up in like Camden County.
Bet.
Or was born in Camden. One of the two.
Explains why he fit in here so well.
It's fucked up, but true. Maybe. I'm sure he's got some moves.
I know him and Ray had some talks, I'm sure.
He was a 3-sport athlete though. He played football, baseball, and basketball.
Okay. When I was a kid, I played international football, baseball, and basketball.
Oh shit.
Indoor soccer is like one of my favorite sports ever. Yeah, to play at least. I don't know shit about professional indoor soccer, but.
Well, what was your least favorite?
These nuts out.
To play or to watch?
To play.
Probably baseball, which was paradoxical because it was the sport that I was actually best at.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Well, I was a pitcher and I was an outfielder, so I would just run down flies, or I would just mind game the shit. I would just meta the shit out of any batter because I was like one of the only black kids, right? So that was already a W for me. And I would just throw wild ass pitch outs while I was warming up and stuff. So they'd be standing like 2 feet outside the batter's box and just watch like 3 frozen ropes go right past them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, dude,
it was so boring though. Just standing there
yeah,
waiting.
dude, like I would play second base, and the thing about my team was like there were only like 2 kids of color on there, and I was one of them. And the coach's son, like, he was a pitcher, and he sucked, right? So like we lost every game, but like people were just slamming like every one of his pitches, and we're just like, man, I wish we could like catch something, but it keeps going over the fence, So like it was just waiting, home runs, and it's like. After a while, like I love watching baseball, but like I don't know, like playing it, the feelings kind of died out. I love basketball though.
I feel it. Basketball is fun. I liked indoor soccer because slide tackling was legal. My parents wouldn't let me play football because they wanted me to get hurt, but they didn't know slide tackling was legal in soccer. So of course I played defense, and I was hitting my scorpion takedown all day, every day.
That's badass. See, I wasn't aware that tackling was legal in any kind of international soccer or international football. God, I fucked up the joke, but I have to look that up at some point. Like the only sport I played in high school was what the fuck is it? Rugby. So international American football. And it was a weird sport with a lot of weird rules that my brain just didn't click with immediately, but at least I gave my team like some good practice as a human sandbag. So at least there's that. Alrighty. So we are getting to be at about time to begin the discussion in question. So I provided just some steering questions or some guiding questions here. In our group chat before this panel. And so something I wanted to do was, one of the things that I keep seeing as a misconception is basically that Black nationalism is at all equivalent to white nationalism, just based on a few like talking points on here.
Yo,
and
Bink, what were Bink? I'm sorry, Bink and I were literally just fucking talking about this, but go ahead.
Oh no. So what I basically want to do with this panel is I want to basically open the floor to people who understand the topic and who are interested in talking about this, because I just want to help clear misconceptions. And, having some based and knowledgeable folks in here are definitely going to help make that happen. So I guess the first question that we should really jump on is, what is Black nationalism and what does it mean to you? And this could just be like a free flow discussion. So whoever wants to have the floor first can have the floor.
Okay. So, um, that's how I enter. Yeah. So, Black nationalism. Black nationalism, as Kevin's previously stated, is often equivocated, with say like white or white ethno nationalism. To me, in my eyes, because there's a lot of different interpretations of it by different leaders or people like who have been the proposed leaders of like Black nationalist movements, focuses around a few main things, right? One is like the economic, political self-sufficiency of Black communities, but particularly in the resistance or say fight against the power imbalance between say like the white hegemony or like in the United States or elsewhere. It's more so of like a pride. That is in direct opposition of, say, erasing Black identity. Now, the difference between that and, say, white nationalism, in my opinion, maybe other people can kind of clarify this further, is with white nationalism, it's kind of more of just like a we don't want to be next to you because it's just inconvenient to the picture of America that we want to see. I'm going to just be speaking in American terms. I know this can exist in other, countries.
Oh yeah,
But
brother.
yeah, right.
Anti-blackness is global.
Yeah. And this is exactly what I was gonna say, right? Is like, you know, end of like people will defend, say white nationalism. Like, no, it's just like Black nationalism, but not really, because even in states where say countries where white people are say the minority, right? Anti-blackness, Eurocentric standards are global. And which helps reinforce the say biases and say power structures that keep them safe, right? Like and like again, this isn't like a direct attack of like a certain demographic, but it's just true. They're not the same. Particularly based in the history behind these two movements and what they advocate for. Now we go into separatism and nationalism, but definitely want to give the floor to some other people to kind of explain how they see Black nationalism.
I think that was a pretty apt description. When I think of Black nationalism, I think of self-defense, honestly, in terms of the community and the historical precedent behind Black people needing to be self-reliant, you know what I mean? And all that stuff, just as a matter of being able to exist and survive in the conditions that they're in. And the crazy thing is, because like Bink, this is what Bink and I were talking about, was like, even if we wanted to take it to the furthest extent, right? Even if we wanted to say Black nationalism is synonymous with white nationalism, right? And that we had all the same goals that white people would have for white nationalism. If every single Black person in America tomorrow decided that we were going to act on those beliefs, that would be done in 24 hours, right? But if all white people in the country decided that they wanted to do that, it would look a little different.
I'm sorry. It's not funny.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm of the camp of actually Bink, go first. I'm sorry.
I go first?
Yes.
No, you go first because you said something first.
I'm typing. I know my brain can only do two things at once.
Oh my god. Okay.
Who's memeing? So take the floor, Bink.
Dang, I should shut up. Okay, so Black nationalism in my eyes just seems like the idea of, just like said before, like black pride, like being prideful in the fact that you're Black, like an idea of not that necessarily we're an actual nation, but we are a people united, which is what I see Black nationalism to be. And I think not only is that, but it also is to the sentiment of how civil rights was kind of ingrained in Black culture. I think it also speaks to that Black nationalism to me is kind of different because I
What up,
guess my
Faye?
family is foreign, so I see it differently. I guess my equivalent would kind of be towards like how Pan-Africanism is within Jamaican culture, but that's like a whole different topic of what like Pan-Africanism is. But for the most part, it's, you know, being prideful in oneself for existing in this type of society. Now, the difference between white nationalism and black nationalism is the point for white nationalism is to invoke fear and to keep control and power. The point for black nationalism is in order to uplift your people and to instill hope within the community. Well, that's personally what I tend to observe.
Yeah, and I guess too, I don't think you've all said it way better than my dumbass brain can shit out. I look at black nationalism as an umbrella term for like a collective of different activism, collaboration, unity, and celebration of and for black people. And I focus on the Americas for a lot of reasons that begin with the C word that rhymes with colonialism. But like the construction of race was not put upon black people. So it's a really like precarious situation when other countries are dealing with like Eurocentric frameworks and Eurocentric supremacy, where like we might describe it as Americans as white supremacy, and we can see how it's like applied in different frameworks across the world. Unfortunately, because fortunately and unfortunately, because other countries have different relationships with these Eurocentric structures, it's going to manifest itself differently in other countries. And this is kind of why I don't. It gets really it gets really weird when people try to use Western ideas of race and apply them to other countries. Like the one
Indeed.
thing that I was showing yesterday was this weird half of a debate that and Richard Spencer kept asserting, where it's like it's white people who built the pyramids, and then it's like, wait, Egyptians built the pyramids. It's like, and because like other countries were not thinking of race when they were creating these things that happened much later down the pipeline. But then, like, because of colonialism, these things started getting very structured and created sort of a false bottom. The thing with black advocacy, in this case black nationalism, what gets a little weird is that the ideas within black nationalism aren't exclusive to statehood and statelyhood. And something that happens a lot is that it gets conflated because on the other side of the fence, there's another group that uses the same language, not language, uses the same word and switches it with white, and it's overtly the maintainment of a state, the maintainment of preservation of yeah, and of like power structures, patriarchy, hierarchies. When you look at black nationalist thought, this is why like I keep like emphasizing where it's split up in a bunch of different categories and these things manifest themselves in different ways, is because like not everybody who is sympathetic to black nationalism, like for me, for example, is a black nationalist. Like black people, because again, like I just consider it an umbrella term of advocacy. So like, yeah, like I have sympathy towards like cultural nationalism. I have sympathy towards political nationalism, economic nationalism, religious nationalism. Because like for me, because of the circumstances that black American, like what we now know as black Americans were put under, it created a very distinct way of living, a distinct style and distinct culture that's separate from the power structures that were created in the United States.
Right.
And then what happens is when we start like and again, like, are there extremes within the umbrella of black nationalism? I mean, like umarjohnson.com, but at the same time, yeah, they're like at the same time, like those fringes exist, but they're not tackle. Like I think this might be the problem. Maybe we can get into this at some point. I'm getting a little long-winded here. Like the thing that I think people outside of the understanding of Black nationalism, they look to these figures and think they're the be all end all of what Black nationalism is and what Black thought is, when in reality, like, if I believe that capitalism can commodify anything, there's probably a very particular reason why Kevin Samuels makes it to the front of conversations, why Umar Johnson, why Tariq Nasheed. Like, I don't think it's coincidental that the most extreme Black people on these ideologies, first off, are Black men, but that's a whole other thing. Oh, yeah. but then also like people think like, oh, all Black people might think, like, yeah, like and this is where I think things get weird, is like, I don't support or advocate for what Umar Johnson says, but I understand what I could use to turn into a positive good, and like what could possibly be used. I'm like, okay, like, this is all fucking yikes. Let me take all this yikes out, and then let me use the things that are actually substantive and good for not only Black people but for people broadly. But anyway, I'm gonna
Huey Newton acknowledged that about the Panthers, that it was kind of chauvinistic, like the fact that it was run and organized by Black men and they had their own baggage, so they needed to listen to the sisters in the organization.
And I think something important just to note there is just that, you know, it's something that's like very easily taken for granted that, you know, when any other idea is put out there, you know, we can take the good from that idea while leaving the icy stuff behind, and we could just like build on it. But, you know, that same kind of benefit of the doubt isn't given to like Black nationalist ideas or Black Panthers, or the Black Panthers or Umar Johnson or other ideas that might come from these different groups or individuals, where there might be like various levels of yikes in some respect. Just going to drop the name Marcus Garvey for later in the discussion, but you know, that same benefit of the doubt of acknowledging the good while also like recognizing the icy stuff without building on that, you know, is something that's like sorely missing, I think, from the discussion.
I think it's also important to realize that we live in a society. like we all scream bloody white supremacy all day, but when it comes on to the quote unquote like Black radical ideologies, people have to realize and really concede on how Black people were treated and framed throughout, you know, history. A perfect example literally is the Black Panthers. Like, they were wiretapped in this FBI documents that you can't go on the FBI website and look how they were framing, you know, Fred Hampton, for an example. Right. So it's important to not only cross-check when it comes on to resources, but also understand the rhetoric when we're describing these types of things. When it comes on to Black radical ideologies, the reason why they exist is because Black people during the development of the country were learning how to navigate and not die. That was the whole purpose. If the purpose is to try to uplift your people, try to, you know, have some type of self-worth while someone is just spitting in your face just for looking at you. So like there's a level of like that has to be put in context of why they were made in the first place. And then also taking into consideration of why people in modern day society in 2022 feel like they have to adhere to those ideologies. Basically what I'm saying is that if those ideologies were made in such an extreme condition and for that time period makes sense, why do people modern day feel like they have to adhere? The answer is systemic racism and cultural shit that is fucked, basically. Yeah, that's all I was gonna say. I was gonna make it in context of like Pan-Africanism in Jamaica, but that's a whole shit. So
Yeah, I just want to just touch on something that was really important. Um, um, Endless. You brought up Huey P. Newton, right? I think this is a great example on pretty much, you know, like taking the good from a message or, you know, from a lot of yikesy things that have happened. We're just gonna call them yikesy, right?
Right.
Because I often try to draw this comparison, and you know, maybe you guys can clear it up for me. But in the case of like the class reductionist, right? The class reductionists will preach a lot about, say, leftism, about like socialism, left-leaning things, but will ignore or say put aside like, like race, gender, sex, things like that. And a principle to me is that, say, socialism doesn't mean shit if it upholds white supremacy.
Yep.
If it upholds,
Correct.
other things. So in the case of, say, like the black message, right? I think the same standards apply. Because I think a lot of the time the message gets diluted because we kind of put aside most of the yikesy stuff to try to extract as much good as we can from it. And I think that while that's a great thing, it can sometimes lead people to assume that we don't care so much about the yikesy things. Huey P. Newton, though, did care about it, and he called it out, which I think was a very important distinction I would like to see more from more black leaders, say black nationalist leaders moving forward.
I think it also comes a little bit from black people's reluctance to criticize other black people in public. So that's probably, I would wager that at least has something to do with it. I know that
I think
there's a few people on Twitter that I have some issues with that I refuse to come at just because we black. So
right, yeah,
I was just gonna say an aspect of it is respectability politics. Like you have to have these specific peoples up in the forefront in order for the movement to progress. There's a reason why a lot of the times when you look at black figures in the history books, they're men. There's a reason why that's the thing. While cough cough black women in the background, but we're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about
background. Black women went the hardest.
But
yeah.
Not even, but we're not gonna talk about that. But basically the issue is that though there's other identities within being black, there's also a thing of they see us the same anyway. So you have to, so when it comes to advocacy, people tend to dilute the individuality and the uniqueness of different ethnic groups and like different identities within blackness in order to basically sell ourselves practically. Because as and I've said this before, when it comes to me, my advocacy, people see each races and each identities as a monolith. So if we are trying to like advocate for ourselves, we have to advocate for ourselves as a collective in order to be as effective as possible. And especially people like dying on the street, basically.
Yeah, there's something that you harped on or touched on cemetery that I think is kind of interesting, where because I went on a really like some people in my chat yesterday were pushing back hard, where I was like, I guess to give my sort of like mission, my internal mission statement is like, I will, if need to, go to bat for Candace Owens. I will, if need to, go to bat for Larry Elder. Like, especially when like black conservatism. But does that mean they're invited to the barbecue?
Nope.
We'll figure that one out. But it's like,
there's definitely gross criticisms that people can have for those people that are racist as fuck, and you gotta call that shit out when you see it.
And then like what tends to happen is, I think people don't like to what you said, Saul, because there is truth to that. Like there is, like, I'm gonna say two things that are equally true at the same time. Like I believe that there is pushback from against people like the Kevin Samuels, Umar Johnsons, the Candace Owens, etc. But then at the same time, there is an apprehension to pushing back on those individuals because that they are black. And I think that harkens to a sensitivity of the people who criticize those people just to be openly racist, and that's like acceptable to do that. Something that I saw that was like not something I wanted to see in a Vosh thread was someone unironically saying that like we need to keep some slurs for the bad ones, like for bad people, and it's like what? Like whoa!
When they were saying Uncle Ruckus like crazy.
Yeah, so it's
that
like
hark.
Yeah, and the thing is like, and I run into this. I okay, to be very clear, I run into this a lot. Like my girlfriend and I have been like, well, my girlfriend has been working with me, and I've been working on myself to combat my mask of misogyny that comes on when I get really frustrated with messages.
Black man vibes.
Yeah, like for example, I'm like, I watch a lot of toxic content, and
sounds
something
pretty
that happens a lot is like, especially when I'm watching Adam 22, is that sometimes like women will just say some like, I know, it's so toxic.
I used to watch DJ Vlad though. I don't feel bad.
Yeah, and then what happens is like there's a point where like I can feel my brain going towards like wanting to pick up the mask, and it's like, don the power, use it, say the thing that you mean, and it's like,
let the hate flow through you.
Yeah, like we can be critical of these individuals without subjecting ourselves to like racist slurs, sexist slurs, homophobic slurs. I think that happens.
Thanks, Bennett.
Or what happens rather in spaces when Black people criticize other Black people is that there's kind of like a mutual understanding that we can go slightly harder on each other and know that it's not at a place of hate, if that makes sense. And it comes from a place of like reconstruction and self-improvement. Like, for example, like some of my closest friends now that like helped me sort of form my politic openly called me the C word when I first met them. And like they instead like called me like Uncle Tom and stuff.
Yikes.
And like, yeah, and then on its face it's like, but like yikes, but at the same time it wasn't like a matter of like saying these things for means of exclusivity. So they would just be like,
it was a get your head in the game type of conversation.
Yeah. Where it was a lot of like what we called it, like in my circles, we call it big house behavior. Where like,
I like that. I'm stealing that.
Yeah. Where like sometimes like we'll just kind of like support a politician a little too hard and uncritically, and then like it was like, oh, interesting how you unapologetically support Cory Booker. Yeah, my shoes need to be cleaned a little bit, but keep going. like laundry's done at Ace, but keep supporting your politician uncritically about what they're doing right now. Just keep. But the thing is that it comes with the like when we're trying to fight against these structures, we don't want to run into the trap where we circle back into the very thing we're trying to fight against.
Of course, definitely.
Like we don't want to, for example, like we don't want to replace, because we're watching it yesterday, like we don't about Hotep, so if you don't want to replace white male patriarchy for black male patriarchy, because then it's just the same shit on a different angle.
Fred Hampton said we don't fight capitalism with black capitalism, we fight it with socialism.
True.
Absolutely. I just want to just ask a quick question though. Because wait, first question. Did you write that Candace Owens take in a tweet, Joe?
Did I write that Candace Owens tweet? I've made a lot of shitty tweets.
That shit would have been a banger. Holy shit! All right. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Your debate, bro, or your de-radicalized quote unquote people tweet with some heat. That was some fire. You were spitting fire with that one.
I got some fire in my DMs too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So like, just to kind of jump off on that, I kind of want to just like see if anyone has an opinion on this, but I guess like the willingness to support someone or say like, cover them like as uncritically as possible, give like them like the highest amount of charitability to someone who is black. Do you kind of see it more as like a sense of it's like a strength in like say unity for black people, like it kind of strengthens us more, or does it more so create some sort of like a weakness? Because Candace Owens is someone who is absolutely, in my opinion, from what I've seen, in the opposition of the interests of black people, right? But I don't have any quantifiable way of like assessing that other than she says a lot of dumb shit, but then again, it's like to kind of go super, super, super hard on Candace Owens, it just kind of enables a lot of people to kind of dogpile onto other black people that have like, wishy-washy or like not the most agreeable takes. But I wouldn't equivocate them to like Candace Owens exactly, I just want to see what your thoughts on that
I think the issue is that Candace Owens is in her own like field, like Jesse Lee Peterson and like all of these, like they're all in a whole sect of problematic. I think the more basic example would be more so like what is his name? Kanye. or some stupid shit
Anya.
or like when a fucking Bad Baby said some shit and then everybody was like all hands on deck. Like more so basic line like problematic behavior that is normalized would be more effective than, you know, say like Candace Owens, like a Jesse Lee Peterson. I think the issue is that I feel like subconsciously as a collective we kind of know how it is, but we just never talk about it. That's why I kind of feel some type of way about like being queer low key, because I feel like if I were to tell my parents, they're like, yeah, I know that's gonna stack up against you. And I feel like that's how some people overact on the community. Don't get me wrong, people are homophobic as hell, but I feel like that is also a thing of it. I think the issue is that there's a sense of kind of like grasping at straws. Like we have to have something, and because that is a sentiment of like you know, being grateful, and you know, at least it's somebody, at least my kid can see someone, because that is the standard. Basically we end up letting all of these microaggressions and problematic behavior fly, because it's at least we have somebody. I think it's also a thing of because because we have to treat ourselves like a monolith, and you know, water down all the other identities within ourselves. We never critique the other identities because we don't see them as such an influence compared to race, if that makes sense. Basically like how we would be perceived.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with here we go. I think like some of the problems with communist movements, Marxist-Leninist movements, certain socialist movements is that like there is a strong emphasis on class struggle, but at the same time, because of like how fucked up colonialism was, there's this other thing that gets baked into it now. And what ends up happening is that like we can't have like we can no longer, and at least especially in the United States, but obviously there's going to be different connections based on where you live. Like you can't have the conversation about class inequality without having the conversation about race inequality. And those two things are baked one in one. And something that is very desirable, which is totally understandable based on experience, is to have that the separation from race in the conversation as a means to achieving one's goals. I totally understand where that comes from. However, that ain't for me. Where like it has to be in the forefront, and in like, and when I say in the forefront, that's not this idea that race is a priority over all other things, because it's going to lead to the exact same hierarchical traps that like we're trying to fight against anyway. Is that like all like these problems have to be approached at the same time and having conversations at the exact same time, which is why like, and righties are so close at getting this where it's like they'll critique cities and they'll critique like the destruction of, or like the problems that come with urbanization, but then when it finally comes to like, hey, like can we like change the classification of R1 housing and change what's like recommended for plots of land, and it's like, no, you can't do that. However, people like homes, and it's like, god damn it.
Just send more police in. Just send more cops in.
We were rooting for you.
That's honestly, you're spinning right now, because this is why I call myself a black anarchist, so that you know where I'm at off top, because this is the problem that I've had talking to a lot of like communists and Marxist-Leninist Maoists, is like they're putting the cart before the horse, right? You're trying to form a vanguard party and all this, but like there's hungry black people in your neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
We come last, of course.
Yeah.
I think, okay, just tangent. I think that's kind of the issue that I feel like people have when it comes on to just talking about race in general. I feel like there's a there feels like there's an envy because we've been fighting the fight for so long, but it's also a thing of like when we try to talk about that and try to communicate with others, there's like a slap at the hand to be like, no, we don't want to associate myself with you, but I want to use your blueprint though. And I feel like the issue is that other communities, no matter if it's POC or LGBT or disabled, whatever the case may be, they may have this sentiment because, as you guys said, anti-Black is global. But when it comes on to Black ideologies, a lot of the time they are inclusive. Not necessarily saying they're not homophobic or no shit, but it's more so like if these general principles were to be like, you know, a basic shits, you guys wouldn't be like out here suffering on the street and shit. Like, no, we want police reform. Police reform would help literally everybody across like the spectrum. So I just wanted that to be said, because I don't know, I feel like it just needed to be said.
And like one more thing, I think, because I want to make sure I answer Ike's question about like criticisms of individuals, and like if or the idea of like if we don't go hard at the good or bad thing. Is that a correct representation of what you asked earlier?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just addressing my chat. But basically, it was basically like the effect of say criticizing like problematic, or say like even like conservative like Black people, like the willingness to kind of just band together, say like, or like the Black equivalent of like, you know, vote blue no matter who or whatever. Is it a benefit to us, you know, unifying, or does it serve more as like a disservice or say weakness because it dilutes the message, you would say? What do you think?
Okay. I'll try my best on this. I'm somewhere in the camp of, because of our experience, and this is where things get really, really weird, in my opinion, because of our relationships and maybe our connection with different power structures, it's going to be challenging for some individuals to want to, like, I guess, be on board for things like police reform or the abolition of schools, because of the relationship they have with these institutions already. And I think for Black Americans, like, there's a choice that I think has to be made for a lot of, especially if you're going like deep in the politics or deeper into your own political ideology, where I think, because Candace Owens says it, and I believe her, that at one point that she was more liberal minded and she was more on the left, and then through a set of circumstances she ended up on like somewhere right of center. But in reality, I think that what happens, or in part, is while we should critique these individuals and how they operate, I think there has to be, for me, I have an acknowledgement of like, this is just another individual having their own Black experience. Black experience has value, but for the things that I'm advocating for and wanting to fight for, like, we're just ideological very far apart. Like, maybe there's things that we can come together on.
What's up, Alistair?
For
no, you didn't
issues,
miss a whole lot.
But then what we kind of see time and time again is that when there is that connection on a particular issue, like, for example, I don't think she's that far off with the criticisms that she has with the education system. That it starts like, there's like things that I can, how do I say this in a nice way? There's things that I can argue with her and discourse with her about, and then we can go our separate ways and go back to our linear lines. And I think we can kind of learn from other groups and leaders before us, where I, again, like to be incredibly transparent, individuals before us were diabolical to each other and undermining each other. But I do think there's a level of like, we need to interface on the things that we need to interface on, and then once we're done, we're going to have disagreements. It's kind of like that, like, it sounds so cliche, but it happens in like every time there's some type of like ideological conflict between Superman and Batman. Like, despite the fact that they have like incredible ideological differences on how to do things, where like Batman is a bit more the best cop, and Superman is a bit more like universally authoritarian. and like their authoritarianism is kind of like the same thing but on different angles, but they have moralistic lines. They understand that even in conflict with disagreeing with each other in the face of like an existential threat, they can go, okay, we can sort our different, we can table the shit for now for this real threat, deal with the real threat, and then get back to fighting and arguing. And every once in a while we see this in media, like the idea that we can join together despite our differences, because I think it's possible for
Right
that
on,
for
Alistair.
all people,
Yeah,
not
that
just
makes sense.
exclusively Black people. But the thing that I'm very sensitive about is the public, and Cemetery touched on this too, like the public display of criticism, because sometimes like just like we like I'll use Gothics as an example, like let's say Gothics and I may agree on something, on this one thing. I don't want that to really be consignment of everything she does. And I think sometimes it happens that people look at like, wait a minute, Joe Lewis and Karlin Borysenko both are homeschool advocates? What the fuck is his timeline? Like, do you support the religious stuff too? And it's like, nah. It's like just this singular thing that we both are aligned on. Like, and that's okay. Like, it's okay to be aligned with people that you consider adversaries, because everybody's lane is going to be different. But then what happens is, like, people are very sensitive to consignment of adversarial thought, even if it's something that you might agree upon. Like, for example, like I'm not for like I support, like when Donald Trump was talking about opportunity zones and trying to say this helps Black people, I'm like, he's not wrong. Yeah. He's not incorrect. But then when like I go, okay, we should probably go to the next step of making sure these opportunity zones are not just gentrification on steroids, and that just companies just come in and build up and then force like Black and brown people out of their homes, then things get a little bit argumentative, where it's like, I can support somebody on this thing, but there's nuance in there, and that nuance is where we disagree. But like people will take like the top point of like, you agree with Donald Trump on opportunity zones, you must be a fascist. And it's like, whoa. Like, no, just like, but anyway, I don't know if that answers that question fully, but I tried.
I think the perfect thing to sum up what Joe said is that when it comes on to minority and marginalized group, when we talk about our issues and we have infighting, it's a spectacle. That's basically what it is. I'll give you a perfect example. The reason why the freaking, and I'm going to invoke names, Kevin, I'm sorry, invoking names, but the reason why the fucking RGR versus Dune Mama shit was so big is because it was literally something that was supposed to be under wraps, and it had no business for cis people or anybody else to be talking about. That's why it was specifically highlighting a division within the community that was nobody business, and it was only highlighted because A, it was profitable, and B, it was profitable. So when it comes on to, for an example, when it comes on to Black people, and you hear this time and time again, people talking about this, the whole light skin versus dark skin thing, it's not, oh, well, this is a division in the community because X, Y, and Z. It's a division because it's a spectacle. So when it comes on to us calling out each other, the issue is that, do we want this to be the topic of discussion so others can look down upon us and talk about us in such ways that it basically is contrary to our rights? Or do we want to keep this under wraps and basically be like, hey, yo, bro, can we talk for a second and have it so that us within the community know what's going on and the others don't? Because I feel like the issue is that it's also a thing of like, especially with leftist spaces now, because of accessibility, even when we talk about Black issues, most of the time the target audience isn't even Black people anymore. It's people who don't know, and because they don't know, it's a thing of we can't fully encapsulate what's going on because not everybody is able to take that full bite. It has to be in baby-sized pieces for people to consume, and due to that fact, it's a thing of we can't fully even like criticize people or anything like that because due to people's preconceived biases and everything, they'll just run with it. Like everyone said, it just basically goes full circle when it comes on to advocacy in a bigger picture as a whole. It's, do you want to show our weaknesses to the people who are in power? And I think the last thing I would like to say, the modern day issue that we kind of have is a misconception when it comes on to the civil rights movement and how kumbaya it was, because it really wasn't that kumbaya. And that's the issue when it comes on to what Joe says. We can agree when it comes on to schooling, but when it comes on to what how racist the police is, we can sit here and disagree. There's certain stuff we have to come together in order for us to be effective, and I think that's what people have to realize, just like what Joe said.
There was
Yeah.
Panther leaders that straight up hated each other, like would fight each other, but they were focused on the mission.
Yeah, like real quick. Like, this is something that I it sounds like such like a weird flex, but I'm one of the founding members of ABE on Primes, where like I was there for the first panel. Like, I remember that being the like initial idea of like Kurt and Prime wanting to have this thing. And in that evolution, I learned something very, very quick, in that there are people who will hate watch your content, explicitly to hate watch your content just to watch the spectacle of people fighting. And something that I am now very sensitive about is like when those type of confrontations happen, because what we're basically seeing, like for instance, like the All Black Everything, the Amazon Lily to an extent when it was still active, RGR versus Doe, like you're seeing disagreements that normally would happen within affinity spaces, like behind closed doors,
100%.
in affinity spaces, kicking the shit. And then now we're in this weird relationship where the affinity space still exists within the wall at the confines of the panel, but then there's still like at the same time there are people who are not at the same vibration now watching this content with you. So something that you have to, I think, do, which some people are on different lines of this, so I want to acknowledge that. Like, I might be more closer to the coddling of white tears and others, is that you have to like be careful when you say things sometimes. Like, the one thing that got really sort of heated on Prime's panel was the whole idea of like Black people being genetically superior. And somebody said a variation of that, hard body, on on that panel, and I knew what he was saying because I've heard that argument fleshed out before. Like, and to be TLDR, where like the white superiority argument makes less and less sense the more you understand about genetics, the more you understand about science, and the more you understand just about like how ethnicity works. And it's like just built upon all these false bottoms. And the idea of like Black superiority comes from the rejection of white superiority. And I understood like what this individual was trying to say.
Okay.
And I knew that like this shit is fucking nuclear. If you like, it's basically like if you're in a circle when somebody says that and you're trying to like figure out like where is the thing, like
the Professor
like
Flowers effect.
Yeah, like there's a bold claim, or a bold proclamation of something that has a lot of weight to it. And it's like, okay, this is nuclear material. We're going to work with this nuclear material to come to some type of like reality. Okay, what's the reality of this statement and why does it exist? And if you're in an affinity space behind closed doors, just hashing it out with other Black people, it's obviously possible and very like open and encouraging. But if you're on a panel in real time, it's going to be difficult because you have eyes watching. There's the pressure of terms of service, there's the pressure of your audience who aren't with you on this 100%. And I even mentioned it on that panel where it's like, I know what he's saying, but if we go down this road, like it's going to end up being like the perpetuation of the same like drama cycle and content cycle because there's other people watching,
waiting to clip stuff.
Yeah, so it's like if you're and I just said straight up, like if you're willing to go that route, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying don't go there, but just keep that in mind as you navigate. That's why if you go to that clip and live stream fails and you see my dumbass, I didn't say shit because I knew like I knew what happens in those moments, or like you and this is like the I said it was going to be short, now I'm long. Like, this is one of the problems with Twitch is that people are getting used to seeing these conversations that were relegated to private spaces that they've never seen before. And like,
they have no frame of reference.
Yeah.
No,
so
they
like
feel entitled. They feel entitled, not to cut you off, Joe, but they feel entitled to be in these conversations. I've actually had conversations in which that I basically talk about the correct form of advocacy and to, actually advocate for people. And my general statement is that you should not, basically based off using Joe terminology, you shouldn't be arguing the floor. If I have to tell you what it means to be Black, then you should not need to be advocating for me. There's certain stuff that you as a privileged person should not be asking. You shouldn't be asking like, oh well, do I have to get bottom surgery in order to be trans? Like, you don't need to be asking stuff when it comes on to identity and when it comes on to a community and the conception of the community in general. What you need to be asking is when it comes on to you advocating and you using your privilege. That's what you need to be asking for. So for when it comes on to this situation, when you talk about the correct way to advocate for these specific groups, they feel entitled and feel like you're gatekeeping. When in reality, we're just trying to tell you in order to better yourself and also to be more effective. And I think that's kind of like the issue when it comes on to these spaces, because they think it is they don't see it as a privilege, they see it as a right. Because quote unquote kumbaya, I'm supposed to be.
I was gonna say it goes into
my
sorry, just really quick. It goes into what Joe was saying about how capitalism commodifies these things, and they view our personal experiences and our struggles as content for them to consume and criticize, and nothing more and nothing less.
Yeah. So like
100%.
I just want to add my perspective on this on this issue because I think you brought up something important. Which is kind of like the spaces in which these discussions are had. The spectacle, say, of, I guess, what we're all referencing to is debate, right? Along lines of, say, controversial things, things that were said in Black communities and, say, like non-cis environments. But I think the main problem with this issue is a lot of these conversations are held on big stages. And a lot of the people, like Joe, you're on some of the big stages, right? But the reason why you're on some of those big stages is because you have the ability to, say, either argue or to support your points or to like better explain these issues, and it's effective. People understand. Are there some people, say, who don't get it at all? Some people who like maybe miss the entire point. Absolutely. But I think the most important thing is that, like, at the end of the day, if you're on some of these big stages, there's going to be room for disagreement. There's always going to be questions. And so if we want to like have people use their privilege for the greater good, there has to be some instruction before that, because then they can't use that privilege whatsoever. If I say like, hey, you should use your privilege to better advocate, say, for, say, Black people, and then that person goes, well, I don't know anything about Black people, let me ask a couple of questions, right? I don't think that the line for entry is anywhere near where it should be currently. And that can be interpreted in 1,000 ways. I hope you interpret that in the most charitable manner. But I think that, like, at the end of the day, there has to be some transition, because if Black people are going to be on these big stages, we have to, like Joe said, have to watch what we kind of say sometimes, but say it in a manner that is that doesn't back away from our points, doesn't cede ground unnecessarily, but actually makes people on board to more ideas, become better educated, and not just entertained at the spectacle of two people yelling at each other.
Yeah, something. Oh yeah, go for it, Bank. I have a personal example too.
I was just trying to say, so like, because I know I misspeak sometimes when I say like, okay, identity versus like, okay, when it comes on to like even your advocacy and thing, I more so mean like, if we're having a conversation, right, and say like, okay, you're a white person, you asked me, okay, so are mixed people considered black? And I say yes, and you're trying to debate me on that point. I feel like that's something that's not debatable if the quote unquote one drop rule is still used today, guys. There's certain stuff where it's like basic principles, not only within the community, but basically in black literature that is indisputable. That's only the reason why, in the context of black people, why I'm like, okay, you can ask questions, sure, but the whole debate and being like, oh, well, I'm gonna weaponize light skinned people and X, Y, and Z, all of that is unneeded, and it feels like divisive and not necessarily being an advocate, but you just wanted to get a dunk on a debate. Basically that. Because like it or not, a lot of the times in these spaces, that is what it's used for. And that's what's perpetuated, the use of marginalized communities in order to get a dunk on people. So that's just more so what I was getting at.
Yeah, and something
thanks, Quiku,
to that, because I have been on some stages that are a little interesting and precarious. Like something that I've had to do over time, and you can kind of see it in a very linear pattern. Like when I first started talking about politics and stuff like that on the internet openly, I was incredibly raw. Because I came in
when they first started.
and I came in at peak George Floyd. I just reconnected right before that with my biological family. So I was navigating around that sort of duality of I have a family that raised me that I love very much, but now I have this whole other family that's full of black folks dealing with different experiences, and then just kind of working through that because my family's all white, so that's a fun thing. And so it's dealing with that duality of why is my adopted son trying to look and reach out to their black family, and then why is it that when he says I just want to know that there's other people like me out there, what does that mean? So I'm dealing with that shit in real time of being, and then you just get hit with bullshit all day. And so I said a lot of shit that I didn't necessarily mean or articulate well, and then what happens is that because people don't treat people charitably, I was put on the stand for saying shit that I didn't necessarily mean. And then what sucks about that is you do have to have a level of polish when you talk about these things. And my overarching frustration and what I'm trying to do better is that understanding that people are going to be at different levels of talking online about things. So, and this was my big, if there was something that I could say that really irks me about the Voshes, the Destiny, or is this Vosh and Destiny in particular, is that sometimes we gotta if I'm Vosh or if I am Destiny, sometimes you have to remember that not everybody is properly equipped to talk in the way and talk for extended periods of time. You can tell a good example of this is I'm currently rewatching Destiny's conversations with other Vosh's conversation with other black creators, and St. Andrew was very interesting in that, because there's a point where he's talking where I can tell he's out of gas, where it's his ability to not necessarily maintain focus, but to keep the conversation in a level of logical flow that's informative and wider contributive. He was having incredible difficulty, and Vosh ends it saying that it was a pleasant conversation, but at the same time, I'm sitting through it God damn it, there's so many little intricate things that when at the first half of the conversation, Andrew's just in there swinging, that's not what I said, that's not what no name means. Here's the context of what no name means, all this other stuff. But then over time, across the hour and a half, you see it starts diminishing. And something that I'm trying to do better is understanding that these conversations are long as fuck, and you're going to miss something, you're going to probably mishear, misrepresent something. And unfortunately, what's really unattractive on a panel is asking questions where it's what do you mean by someone asked a question what do you mean by unity, what do you mean by uplifting? And on its face it sounds like a disrespectful question, but at the same time because we're in a space where people pop in and out and in and out, like it's very likely to get hit with like the same question over and over. And then it's like, okay, how do I approach this in real time? And that's a skill. It's a skill that every creator has to work on, especially those who are more into like panels and debate things. But it's still like, this is why I think charitability is important, where it's like if somebody says like, like, are you against genocide? And it's like, all outcomes are possible in a revolution. And it's like, so you support genocide? And it's like, no, I'm just saying that all outcomes are possible in a revolution. So genocide is always on the table. And so then the question for me would then be, or a question somebody hears that would then be, okay, like, what do you mean by genocide being on the table? And then you're like, okay, well, because genocide is a result of certain conditions. What are those certain conditions that lead to this thing that I deem unacceptable? Like, you can say like genocide bad, ooh, woo, 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 all you want, but if you're not like trying to deconstruct the conditions that lead to that and not using World War II as your example, it's gonna be a little bit, it's gonna be relatively challenging.
Casual shots.
Anyway.
I mean, because something that I noticed as a difficulty, and this is one of those weird, like rare moments in this where I'm going to interject, is something I noticed with Hippy Dippy panel that you were on recently, Joe, is that when you were specifically talking, I think it was with Redneck. I think there was that material disconnect. Huh?
I just said I'm sorry. You were on Hippy Dippy talking to someone named Redneck. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was something special. And something that I noticed was just that whenever you said something and just anything, Joe, like Redneck always took it to the most extreme conclusion or tried to equivocate it with his false understanding of what Black Lives Matter was. And it was incredibly frustrating because I think it was the convoy discussion that, I tuned in for. And it was just frustrating because almost because you and Redneck exist at like different levels, whatever they may be, Redneck just wasn't really paying attention to the content of what you were saying, but was operating on preconceived notions of what he thought you would be saying. What would you say to that?
Yeah, that's a good point. So something that the statement
people
that
come
I
at
said
us some bad faith
was
frequently
along the lines of vehicles at
protests
protests and demonstrations. And the take is, because I held this take in 2012, 2011, I still hold the take now, is that vehicles don't have a place in protest. So I think, and because we have so many documented evidence of there being violence used by vehicles, they should probably not be in the equation. And this is including law enforcement. And then it got conflated with like, but they're in trucks. And I'm like, okay, but the trucks aren't moving. Okay, like these are like, and then like what ended up happening was that there was a butter my biscuit. Another thing that happened that got conflated. Sorry, one sec. Another thing that got like sort of misrepresented is that like I held this position during Black Lives Matter protest. I held this during as I'm working on a thing the protests in Newark. Like it's the same. Like I just don't think they have a place. And then what happens is like conflating it to be a position that I'm holding for nefarious means is I think a common thing that people might have due to their skepticism of certain individuals. But I do think that like there is like a way that in hindsight I could have like maybe brought him down, because I don't think Redneck disagrees. Like, for example, like I don't think Red or most people would disagree with that statement. Like there are ways that you can during protests keep people safe. Like nobody wants like nobody wants their property being damaged. Nobody wants like people getting mowed over by vehicles. Like you want to create a safe environment for people to exercise their rights, but can also acknowledge at the same time that people use vehicles as weapons of destruction. And That's not saying ambulances don't have a place in protests. You obviously need to have like exceptions to the rule for certain individuals. But then what happens is like when you debate these type of things, it gets like lost in different levels of understanding. And something that I'm still working on is like, okay, how do I bring people down to what I'm trying to say without it totally just diminishing or diluting what I'm trying to say in the first place? It's like, how do I keep this tequila shot still being able to knock you out with one? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I got a question that you guys that might be a little bit relevant to the conversation, because I was actually having a back and forth because we were apparently still going on about Kyle Rittenhouse, and specifically talking about like protests, the distinction between protests and riots, because everyone wants to quote mine Martin Luther King Jr. about riots, him condemning riots, even though he specifically talked about how there's a distinction between property damage and violence against people, and how he worried about the optics of it, and that people quote mine that as well, misinterpret that to mean that he didn't want people to riot and wasn't talking about how he was worried about dumb white people would focus on that instead of the message, right? So people usually come into these conversations to ask questions like that. They just pop in or whatever with their preconceived notions. They're operating from talking points. And me personally, I feel like I walk a razor's edge between wanting to be the super streamer content guy who is extra charitable and is, you know, extra coddling of white people tears, and just being fucking tired of saying the same basic ass shit over and over again. Is this kind of something you guys run into as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes
Are
on
you
to
a black nationalist, Joe? No, but you said you openly support Kwame Ture, and he was a black nationalist. Yes, and you have a picture of a shot of Shakur on your back, and you're not a. Yes, all of these things are simultaneously true at once. Anyway,
I personally get into conflict a lot, but then I just feel like, you know what, why do I really care about catering to white people's feelings? Like, it's a thing, it's not necessarily when it comes on to advocacy, because I feel like when you want to bring people over, you'll bring people over, but I don't think I should be censoring myself in order for people to feel comfortable when these issues are not comfortable to begin with. I feel like when it comes on to my advocacy, I purposely use triggering language or stuff that is, you know, thought provoking or feeling provoking, because I feel like that's what should be said and how it needs to be said. I'm very bold when it comes onto these panels. You know, this like what is it? The first panel I did, I was cursing a girl out because fucking Sansol was getting on my nerves. Like, you know, I
told Logic to suck my dick from the back.
Yeah, like I'll call the girls out and I will say what I have to say. Like, y'all can drag me, I don't care. My issue is that I feel like when we do cater, a lot of the times people feel comfortable, and that's what the current political sphere is now. People are comfortable, people are easy, you know, sleeping at in their bed at night and feeling like, you know, they live in the dream. But in reality, everything can be better and there's always room for improvement. And because you are not the one suffering, you feel like it's none of your business, when in reality it is your business. Because if you have kids and your kids out here poor, then you're gonna be out here having a fuss and be like, what about the kids? So for me, I say everything, and I say everything that need to be said because I really don't give a fuck, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, like I could definitely like understand, you know, where both of you come from on this. You know, like I'm someone like, when I started streaming, man, I brought almost every goddamn chatter on Discord chat, every single one, and it derailed so many Twitch streams I can't even remember. I'm surprised I'm not banned right now. But anyway, the reason why I did that was specifically because I loved discussion, right? And I found out very quickly it was often very hard to distinguish the chatters who maliciously would say dumb shit to derail your streams, and people who were just either misguided and just had general questions that happened to be yikesy. I met a lot of my best chatters that way through talking with them, right? But there is the chatter that you absolutely can tell off the bat, right? Whether like, right, yeah, just a sea lion, right? And you know, and just like people who waste time. But the issue with this is we don't often understand that it's hard to make that distinction. So when I'm talking with someone online, there's some days where I'm like, all right, I'll give an explanation. Why not? Because basically someone else listening to this, whether that person directly is engaging with me in good faith, or like basically wanting to understand, or not, some other people are looking at this discussion and learning from what I'm saying. I see that as a benefit and a utility, right? But then again, like, we often sometimes give the benefit of the doubt when we're in company of certain people. But when it's just random, I guess, like white people on, like, say, Twitter or whatever, right? Most of our instinct goes to, why are you wasting my time? I'm not even gonna fucking explain shit, and rightfully so. But that's the problem that I have, is that the long discussions, the talking, I don't really consider it coddling. I disagree with people all the time, but taking out that time is beneficial, no matter what.
I feel.
I think another thing is also, and I've actually said this in the server, Joe. People feel like Black people have to be in the forefront when it comes on to everything, and we don't. We can sit here. I've said this. It was actually a meme because this is what they said when it came on to Claudette, I believe. It was something along the lines of, all you have to do is stay Black and die. That's all I have to do, literally. Like, I don't have to be sitting here and explaining every X, Y, and Z to Z and everything. It's a privilege to have to be in my company. That's how I present myself. Not for y'all, because I like y'all. But I'm just saying, when it comes on to, people who are random, people who, who are divisive, people who are curious in X, Y, and Z, I present myself in a specific type of way because that's how I genuinely feel. I'm a very emotional person, and this stuff is very traumatic for a lot of people. So the fact that I have to bring up personal anecdotes in order for you to get the topic, because some people don't believe in, don't believe in the facts is enough. I feel like, people are not obligated to have these discussions in the first place. That's how I personally feel about it. And not necessarily saying like, I'm not going to convert anybody. It's just more so like understanding like the degree of the conversations personally.
Yeah, it's, oh my gosh. I've dealt with many a chatter and many individual. It's hard to sustain it, just like to distinguish it sometimes, where it's like, when is somebody like, this happened a lot when I was covering like Rachel Dolezal.
Oof.
And something that I argued. Yeah, something that I argued is that something with Rachel Dolezal is happening to a handful of Americans that is totally different than what people believe it to be. Like, so to catch people up a little bit, I feel that if you were outed as being, like, let's say Will Vicky said that she's Black, and she says that she thinks she's Black because it said it on Ancestry.com. He's a lot. She's living her best life, okay? But
I forgot about Will Vicky.
Yeah, like, if I were to distinctly and like, if it was revealed to be that she is actually 100% not Black, I would believe, and I think most people would believe, that she would stop the act. And with Rachel Dolezal, she never decried that she was Black. She did
she vote for
however,
Biden?
Oh, that's a deep question. I don't know. I don't know.
That didn't settle it.
Oh Lord. But what she is doing is like, oh God, what she is doing is encompassing like an aesthetic and an appearance and a style and expression that you could argue in the Americas is Black, but she doesn't declare herself to be. So then I'm thinking, okay, there's something else going on here that we've already accepted to have seen, which is like, say, like, if you take a white American and you put them into a predominantly Black space from birth, they're going to adopt like the characteristics of whatever the dominant culture is in that community.
We just had this conversation. That's why this is fun.
Literally.
We literally just had this conversation.
Yeah, and then the question is like, is that transracialism? And I'm like, no, there's something else going on there that we have to explore and dissect. And then what happens is instead of having that conversation where I think like the way that Rachel Dolezal expresses herself is valid, and we should probably treat it seriously, because if you look at her YouTube, she's still doing the same shit. And it's like, wait, like, but you're saying that she's black, and it's like, holy fuck. There's like you run into that sort of trap. Like you hit people with like the insane amounts of nuance, and then you see people's like brains expanding, like, oh, maybe we were being misogynistic to her and didn't realize that we were doing it, and just openly were misogynistic to a woman for almost 10 years. And then you get the kid in the back, but is she black though? Like, come on, guys. And it's like, God damn it. And it's kind of tricky, right? Because like you can explain, for example, like to kind of center, like to circle a little bit to the topic header of like, you can explain Black anarchism to like most people, and then it's like, yeah, wait, this sounds a lot like Black nationalism. And it's like, well, there's differences. And then like you'll hit them with like historical, like you'll hit them with like historical context, videos, content, and then they'll come back and say,
hey, black though.
Yeah. Or it's like, but a lot of them were Black nationalists though, right? And it's like,
but Black nationalism and white nationalism rhymes. It's the same thing.
And like, I think there's like a level to it, right? I think that you can,
like that kind of logic just flows.
Yeah, and I think that there is, and it's really hard to assess in real time. Like there are people who have very elementary questions that you can tell like, oh, this is coming from a place of absolutely not knowing. So let's like take the time to give the contextual information. And then you just get trolls who are looking to just like bring you out of context. And unfortunately, due to the internet, we can't tell the difference. So it's like, and sometimes like this runs into Twitter where like people will like say like, I'm not trying to be bad faith here, but, and then it's like,
they start
I wish I could like, yeah, like I wish I could hear people speak when they tweet, because I think that would solve a lot of problems. Like, here's a policy I think Twitter could do immediately. This would help Destiny more than anybody else.
No.
I think that
what if they start out the N-word anytime you typed it?
Joe, I know where you're going. Yeah. Please, no, it's not going to work.
So I think that, because I do this a lot, like I think that you need to read your tweet out loud before you hit send. And then the algorithm determines that it's good faith or bad faith. I'm just kidding. None of that shit. But it's like, sometimes I wish like I could hear people saying their tweets, because then you could like hear if it's a meme or not, or hear that it's in good faith or bad faith or not, or hear like the like what the invocation is. Because sometimes like it, like I'm a cold tweeter. My tweets are cold. When I'm saying cold is like I type like a fucking teacher. So it's like my replies are gonna be cold and direct. My tweet's gonna be cold and direct. Any reply, and I'm like, wait a minute, shit. Like I gotta like ease back the professional brain and like try to type like a normal person. But it's hard. It's really hard.
We need like an extra pop-up window for like, are you really sure you want to tweet this?
Yeah,
I think everybody would go for that.
It's a box that just says, "Do
and
you
then
want to smoke?"
And then for
yes
Steven,
no?
Right?
And then for Steven, you have to make a mirror part of Twitter that makes it look like people are interacting, but his tweets are just going to this magical place that
going to the ether. Like it's just
I'm not gonna. Yes, I think there needs to be, unironically, like as much like this. I'm memeing here, by the way. I'm about 95% sure I want this as policy, and that's not 100% for me. If it's not 100%, I'm not in full support. Like there has to be a way of creating a shadow chat where like people are banned from chatting, but they're still able to participate. So it feels like participation, and just nobody's replying. And I think by and large, but then what sucks is then you get like the people who are red pill, blue pill, and it's like, how do you know you're not in the shadow chat?
It's all good.
There needs to be a shadow Twitter. People, we got
that would stop like people making new accounts and then just rejoining chat again. I think that's a good policy.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's actually great.
Yeah.
Just
go for it. Sorry.
There the stuff back to like Kevin brought us to say. I actually want to bring up like an anecdote to kind of put things into perspective of what we mean by a lot of these sentiments just rest due to like survival of the Black community within America. For me, my family is Jamaican. When it comes on to
thanks for the follow, buddy.
Ideologies that arose, Rastafarianism was something that arose to the religion. Pan-African religion, it basically rejects European viewpoints on the religion itself. And sees one of the, I think, an Ethiopian king, I believe, as the reincarnation of Jesus, basically. It is a very interesting religion, but the sentiment still rests in Jamaica. I'm pretty sure Jamaica has the highest population of this. Actually, I'm pretty sure Garvey brought Pan-Africanism to Jamaica. Now, the reason why I bring it up is because it's something that's basically still talked about within Jamaica as a whole. There's still sentiments within Jamaican culture as Africa is the motherland. There's glorification of African cultures, and necessarily glorification to African American POV. And I will drag you guys and support that with backup claims. But not to that hyperfixation, but more so like, yeah, that's where I came from. Like this should be the beauty standard, though there's colors and bleaching, but we're not gonna talk about that. And then also a thing of like when it comes on to Bob Marley is one of the first people when it comes on to Jamaican history that everyone and their mama will have inside of their house. I actually have a big portrait that's huge as fuck inside of my living room when it comes on to that. So there's a lot of like basic sentiment even when it comes on to like stuff like socialism within the culture, due to it being kind of a baseline for survival. For those who don't know, Jamaica was like colonized by Euros being Spanish peoples, and England for a hot minute. Actually just got its independence at like I think 1964. So it's relatively young. And just saying, like, when it comes on to the ideologies are based off of wanting to survive. And that's kind of why I kind of don't understand how people are like Rastas and they're in like first world countries, but we're not gonna talk about that anyways. But yeah.
And I think that segues us to I think the next question that we can focus our discussion around, because whenever we hear about Black nationalism, other concepts pop up, and they might be interrelated concepts. They may not be the same thing, but I think it's still appropriate to discuss them. So Bink has brought up the concept of Pan-Africanism a couple times. So to you, and when I say you, I mean the whole panel, what is your understanding of Pan-Africanism, and how does it compare or work with Black nationalism?
I treat it as one of the umbrellas, like one of the splinter umbrellas of Black nationalism. So like for me, I talked about this like 1,001 times ad nauseum, but people haven't heard me say this before, so now it's new to a few people, where I put it as cultural, religious, economic, political, Pan-African, and immigration. And within Black nationalism, you have those 6 groupings, like 6 tents, but those tents have vastly ideological differences. So like one Pan-African might say something like, I'm going to meme a little bit because Pan-Africanism can get a little hoteppy. I'm going to meme a little. Like, listen, my Black king, Black people
Grand
everywhere
Rising
are, Black people everywhere are Africans, and as Africans, we must advocate for Africa within our own communities and be pro-African within our own communities. And it's like, okay, I guess, But then you'll also hear, listen, Black King, we are all Pan-African. That means we are all African. Therefore, we must all go back to the motherland because the only place where we can truly be free. And then it's like, okay, there's a problem with that one. There's a problem with that one. But the problems with them have very limited overlap. And it's like, and that's the thing too, like within each like grouping, especially with Pan-Africanists, like there's nothing wrong with supporting Pan-Africanism. However, you have to like understand the lane that you're in within the advocacy, because much like anarchists who don't agree with each other, much like communists that don't agree with each other, Pan-Africanists do not agree with each other, because these group, like, even though I'm putting these tents are not monolithic. So like the tent exists to encapsulate particular variations of an idea, but those variations of the idea can be as close to like Hal Jordan and John Stewart, where it's like, okay, these are both the Green Lantern and like they have similar like traits but different people, but they can be as far as like the Justice League and the Watchmen, where it's like these star superheroes that have teams in their works, but are they the same?
Fred Hampton and Kwame Ture.
Yeah, like
but like yeah, it's really weird because it's a thing where it's like so basically my grandpa probably is like a Rastafarian, so like yeah. But basically it's more so of when you see this sentiment there, it's not just a culture, it's like a whole religion aspect within the country. So for me, the way I see it is more so like the embracement, just thing for like Rastafarianism. Actually, let me not say that. For the country, I'll say the country in general because of the economic systems currently. It's more so like wanting to be as close to Africa as possible, not just only culturally, but sometimes to the extent of practically, like IRL, like ayo, like I'm living, like I live with the nature type energy. Like there's a very glorification of like very naturalistic lifestyles to some extent within Rastafarianism, which is why personally I don't understand why you can be in a first world country and be like, I'm a Rastafarian, because as I said, a majority of the population is in Jamaica. And because they're in Jamaica, which is really just a large farm, to be honest with you, I've been there. It's like you're living off of the land because that's the only way of survival. So it's like when you see people go to other countries and actually like practice some of these things, it kind of be like really wishy-washy. And for me personally, I'm to some extent Pan-African just because of the way my culture developed, but because of the because people have misconceptions of these ideologies, and I may speak in some general terms, just like how I've actually just explained. There's basically a misconception and basically saying like I'm so radical, like I'm so like anti-white and all of these other concepts, when in reality in my culture it's a rejection of whiteness. In my culture it's you know, a thing of the way you're supposed to navigate, and it's only different because as I said, I'm in America. So I think that's a POV, and I think also just a little historical context, specifically when it comes on to Black Americans, not Black Americans, let me not say that. African Americans were stripped of their national identity due to slavery. So that's why there's a development of, say, Pan-Africanism and like Black nationalism, because there's a wanting a personal identity that is intimate for African Americans. And that's why I kind of was like roasting some of the girls who like go Hotep because of that. But there's basically a longing to belong and to have, you know, an attachment to a culture. So I just wanted to say that. So that's like for the girlies who don't know.
Yeah, I said something too I want to clarify. Like being Pan-African, like being an advocate of Pan-Africanism does not make you Hotep. Like I just want to make that clear, like explicitly clear.
But I get why you had to say that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's like,
I didn't even imply that.
UmarJohnson.com. Like again, like this me being hypersensitive, because at the same time, it's like hotel, like, because I want to nip this in the butt now, just for the sake of for the sake of people who see this in the future. So high people from the future, you'll know, I cannot stress it enough. Like, you will know when you're talking to a hotep and when you're talking to someone who's in support of Pan-Africanism, because there's like very clear things like hoteps are overtly homophobic, transphobic. Basically anything that doesn't involve the cis black man, they will discriminate against.
They just want to do colonialism for black people. Read Liberia.
Yeah. But with Pan-Africanism, there is an acknowledgement and inclusion of all, like, I'm paraphrasing a lot of shit here. Like, there's like an inclusion of the entire African diaspora, and like that's very complicated and not, I shouldn't say complicated, it's not the best word to use, but and encapsulates a lot more than just like black male patriarchy, because it's much more than that, and it's not that at all. So it's like just as a clarification.
Yeah.
If I just may add, just real quick, yeah. So as far as the Pan-Africanism label, I more so define it a little bit differently. But before I do that, especially with the clarification on the hotep thing, I'm glad that you cleared that up. From what I understand too, I think a lot of the people who identify as a hotep have different variations of like how far in it they are. A lot of people identify with it just the cultural attachment to, say, the diverse society, which were Egyptians, etc. One of our guests would have a better explanation on that. If you guys want to hear more about it from someone I think is super based, you should check out Carr. He has a great explanation on that. But now let me just dive into the because I think he identifies as a hotep. But as I move forward, into the Pan-African label, I think that Pan-Africanism defines the Black experience, right? The Black experience is not identical to everyone. I am vastly different. I have more privileges than people say who are dark skinned, or like less privileged people who are more like light skinned than me. People in different like countries, etc. But the one thing that we all have in common, all right, is we are all subject to the power imbalance of, say, colonialism, of white supremacy, say like conquering or etc. And despite that, we all have a cultural connection to each other. I do believe in that. Many people don't believe in that, but I think that there is a greater benefit to being someone who is an advocate for Pan-Africanism. Now, there's a lot of people who take the label Pan-African and they do go a little step too far. A lot of people believe that there is a true Black people. There are mixed race people who don't belong within the African American diaspora. I don't know how to pronounce it. Please don't roast me. But like, the diaspora. I don't know how to pronounce it right.
You got it.
But basically, yeah. But basically, and that is wrong. I believe Pan-Africanism shows how different we are, but how we are all the same. And I have some critique also for Garvey in his interpretation of Pan-Africanism, which I don't fully agree with, but I'll save that when we get to that topic. But I hope that's a clear explanation on, where I stand with that.
Well, something I also wanted to just clarify is that those are more.
I'm still here. I'm triaging.
Those are just like basically guiding points to guide the discussion if needed. So you can go into your criticisms of Garvey now if you want, just because Garvey was a pretty large Pan-African figure, and somebody who was brought up a lot when white Twitch people, invoke the image of a quote unquote Black Nazi. So I think that's because he was credited with inspiring modern day fascism or something like that. I know I've done research on him before, and I don't remember off the top of my head, so I have to pull up my document. But just wanted to interject and just let y'all know you can discuss that now if you want, because those topics are more just like guiding points just to help the discussion along if need be.
I can do my position. Yeah. So sorry, I'm replacing band-aids, and it's gross. So
good.
Marcus Garvey is a fascist, and however, at the same time, Marcus Garvey has influenced so many, not only Black nationalists, cultural nationalists, like religious nationalists, and both can be true at the same time. Now, like, one of his contributions is the creation of the Pan-African flag, but at the same time, like, this is like kind of like the trap where, if for the case of Garvey, how do we get to a point where people are liberated without turning it into black male patriarchy, or in his case, like literal dictatorships? Like, he called motherfuckers lords, and it's like, all right, bro, chill. And it sucks because he's the one of like the one recognizable figures that like who is a fascist that people own literature of, and they'd be like, yeah, this book is great. It's like, what do you mean this Garvey text is great? Like, does that mean you support that? I was like, no. Like, I recognize that Marcus Garvey is a very influential figure, but I can also say without hesitation that he was also a fascist. And both can be true. And you can, and I think, like, for most historians, people have been critical, not most, if not all, have been critical of Garvey. And yes, you're going to have people like Lamar Johnson who openly, like, are unapologetically supportive of Garvey, and that is deserving of criticism. But I don't know. That's what I got for now.
Like, yeah, if I could just add on to that, Marcus Garvey is someone who is extremely influential within the Pan-African movement. I believe, if I'm incorrect, he coined the term basically "Black is beautiful," right? If not, that term alone, or just his idea of, say, Black pride, in the sense of being proud of Black identity, is fantastic. However, the issue is with people like Marcus Garvey, main characters are not, unless they're written by like some super biased writer, they're not without flaw. And I am not going to ignore the flaws of Marcus Garvey simply because he was an influential figure. The thing with him is that a lot of the parts of Marcus Garvey that we like and appreciate has been reciprocated by a lot of other civil rights leaders that I am very proud of. But the problem with Garvey, though, is the bad parts, which is, one, support of capitalism, but that's separate. Two, is also his selection for who was considered Black. We talked about this before, right? Basically, like, say, with the one drop rule, and say his thoughts on, say, like, mixed race people. And trust me, I don't like to even discuss this because, as a son of a Jamaican immigrant, right, I'm like pro Team Jamaica, right? I love when people bring up Garvey because I like talking about the good parts of Garvey. But we also have to acknowledge, as Joe Lewis said, is that he did have some pretty bad ideas, and we don't ignore them, but we also don't hyper focus on it to the point where we just ignore the great amount, or the good parts of his influence that carried on down the line with other say civil rights leaders. Well, I wouldn't,
yeah. And to give you something too, like, one thing that people, God, like, I ran into an argument where it's like, in terms of like Black supremacy, and the argument that I made was, which should be a very easy argument, is that, like, because I hit somebody with a meme because he was like, how do you make sure like a black separatist and fascist like Marcus Garvey never makes it into power? And I'm like, I don't know. Check his mail. Charge him with mail fraud. See if they go back to Africa.
Mail fraud. Wait. I just want to clarify something just really, really quickly, please. I also really hate the term Black Nazi for a very specific reason. Likewise. Because when people hear the term Black Nazi, right, they think, oh, like Hitler, but like Black. And when you really think of that, you go, oh yeah, Black Hitler, the one that led the third Black Reich in Black Nazi Germany. Like, it's a very fictional picture people make when you say things like that. You can make correlations to say people's ideas, but the historical impact and say the context behind these ideas are vastly different, and that's what we have to have a conversation of. Simply just naming someone a Black Nazi, I just often hated that term.
But yeah, it's a
We
World
just
War
talked
II
about
boner.
that with Professor Flowers and how she apparently advocates genocide and what she doesn't. But I'll let Bing go. Sorry.
I just wanted to say, yeah, this just kind of goes back to what we were saying previously, like how we have to navigate a certain way in order for your POV to not be misconstrued in a certain way. I've actually talked about this with Endless and Joe, and actually Kevin too. I'm so sorry I'm alienated you because I just met you, but basically it is because of the way white supremacy works, it frames itself so that the marginalized people cannot be the victims because the people who are white supremacists and who benefit from the society are the victims. That's basically why when it comes onto the whole genocidal conversation, why people are so hesitant, because historically speaking, Black people and marginalized people have been quote unquote the ones who could commit genocide, so we should not give them the rights. And it's kind of hilarious how they kind of did that during apartheid with South Africa, but we're not going to talk about that. But you know, it's a thing of the people who are privileged, people who are power are the ones who are the victims, so that the marginalized cannot be. For an example, when it comes on to Black women, and I've said this before, Black women were repeatedly sexually assaulted, and it was okay under law, and there was no law in order for them to be protective. Guys, if you haven't read Theory of Intersectionality, that's kind of what Kimberly Crenshaw was first really talking about it when it came on to law. But other than that, it was Black women being repeatedly sexually assaulted. So when it came on to white supremacy and white women being protected, white women were the one who were constantly quote unquote victimized by Black men. So it was a thing of let me play the victim before they even get the chance to, so that I am the one who is constantly in power. That is the reason why when it comes onto these conversations, we tell you, hey yo, be careful, because by default, if you use certain talking points, you're perpetuating the same cycle and not letting people have their own autonomy. I just wanted to say that because, like, I'm being big brain now, Lamau.
It's a self-report because they can't fathom that we don't want revenge, that we just want peace. You know what I mean?
Which is a white supremacist talking point. Ding, 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 dun, dun, dun,
Wait,
dun, dun.
Exactly.
Wait, can I just ask a quick question to Endless, right? Because I've been watching a lot of discussion around the whole I'm gonna call it the genocide question, right? And one of the things
I'm gonna cut you off, and I'm gonna say I'm jealous because you're asking everyone questions except me.
Oh no! I'm very sorry. All of these questions are open to everybody. It was just in direct response to what he just said. I'm sorry. What did he say?
You get no rights now.
I
get
got
your
you.
Black card removed for
misogynoir on Black History Month. Crazy.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. It's a rocky start. I've been back in like 6 months. But a question to everybody. All right. Basically, you know, when it comes to say like the question of say genocide or say what is it? Retributive justice. Yeah. Do you think that a lot of the discussion centers mostly on say indigenous or say Black people's need for retributive justice, or that say the circumstances laid out by like say certain circumstances will then eventually lead to this outcome, aka like say genocide? Because one thing that say Joe said was that even if these circumstances lead to genocide, it does not mean that genocide or is say justified. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, what do you think about the conversation? Like, what do you think like the motivations behind it is?
This is
the conversation is very Eurocentric, and it's in order for white people to circle jerk because they're afraid of marginalized people actually getting their autonomy, because they're then not being the privileged person. Then you're not going to be able to sit here and have generational wealth. There you're going to be poor, and then oh my gosh, I'm in my feelings. That's how I feel about it,
That's high
basically.
key.
And I'm
I
a
mean,
Southerner, so
that's facts, no printer.
I
I
talk
wanted
shit.
to get into it because one of my chatters actually asked me something about revolution. Uh, like what lines he asked, what lines morally will it or won't it cross? And I feel like just like what Bink said, there's kind of either by the mistake of people asking that question and also kind of concerted effort to draw the conversation in this direction. When people think of revolution, they think of January 6th. They don't think of the breakfast program, right? So like that's my position on that, is that the revolution would be dual power, would be black people establishing dual power, which wouldn't necessarily be violent unless the state steps in, because the state doesn't like that. So anything, and my position on that is that any violence that would come out of the revolution, like any revolutionary violence, would be self-defense. Just as a matter of course of, yep, thank you, Kevin. Both in the fact that Maoist vibes, the state is already engaged in active warfare against us, right? So if we establish dual power, it's just going to crank that up to 11, and we're going to have to defend ourselves. And that's just kind of where I'm at on it. It's not, it wouldn't be a thing where like what Joe said, the conditions that genocide needs are those conditions. So by extension, that is on the table, but that's also not me sitting here saying like, yeah, we're going to go kill a bunch of white people. That's not how it works.
It's funny how all of a sudden we say the state and then people assume white people. See there?
The thing is, like, so like my girlfriend and I have been talking about this a lot because basically I complained to her about Twitch problems, and something that we were talking about is like the precariousness or the proclivity to, God, I'm saying fucking teacher words, the overwhelming desire to conflate things back to World War II. And
yes,
I think something that gets misunderstood is that the conditions that led to Hitler to be in power were a multi-generational, across multiple decades worth of conditions to lead to that.
Rwanda was more or less the same too, not to cut you off.
Yeah. And like this is the thing that I think that gets misunderstood about genocide, is that it's not this kind of like, God, I hate to do this meme, this kind of like, okay, genocide, let's go. Like, no, like these is like, it's a progressive evolution of conditions and people in power. Yeah. And then what happened, like, for example, in the United States right now, when it comes to COVID-19 regulations, because I am going to say something that I do believe, if the United States government were to do what they're doing under COVID-19 for multiple decades and multiple like years beyond like 5 or 6, then there should be like a part of a level of concern, because like when they say like this is just the beginning, there's a little bit of truth to that. However, like there's a overwhelming desire to be done with it, not only from people who are not like politicians, but just politicians too, where it's like I as a civilian hate putting a mask on everywhere now. But the thing that we're seeing is that people are getting a little frustrated at the state's intervention in an international health crisis, and that temperature is like, I would say at like 10 degrees of frustration. But the thing is that people think that like, oh, this is just going to end up to being like Germany all over again. It's like, no, it's not. Stop it. Like this would have to be like 10 years of this, 20 years of this, that would lead to an insane reaction. And so like when it comes to, because someone in my chat was mentioning like, we're talking, like I talk a lot about like alleviating circumstances. Like, you have to be alleviating circumstances ongoing within your movements. And this is why I think certain movements have come to fruition. This is why I think some movements fail, because you have to alleviate the problems that exist within the organization in real time.
It could happen. Maybe we a really good podcast that talks about this. By the way, I don't know if you.
Yeah, like maybe we could have still had the Black Panthers if it were not for
COINTELPRO.
When we clarify COINTELPRO, like, but like maybe there could have been like a different like conversation about the problems with the Black Panthers internally if there was a separation from creating like hierarchical power structures that essentially had like hegemony between like Huey Newton and Bobby Seale. Like maybe if they changed how that really, and Eldridge Cleaver, like maybe if they changed how those hierarchical relationships worked and cared more about like fostering communities and new Panthers across the US without there being hierarchical leadership,
right?
Maybe that could have led to a different conversation about that. I'm oversimplifying that.
I was going to say organizations are still making those exact same fucking mistakes. There was a member of the Workers' War Party here in Baltimore that got outed as like a serial rapist, low key, and the only reason that he was in that position to even be able to do that was because he was seen as this like godlike orator. So like he had all this power and all this access to all these people, and nobody wanted to question him because he was so great for their optics or whatever because of his speeches and stuff. And then even in the aftermath, when people were trying to call him out, they were referencing Emmett Till, even though this person is not black, and it just became really fucking gross. And yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, and then like when it comes to like what we can do about the like whatever movement or like larger thing, like you have to be alleviating the circumstances that lead to outcomes you think that are undesirable from day one. So like you need to make your message clear, you need to make your motivations clear, you need to make the actions based on those motivations clear. So then like when you have people who are misguided in that, like that's going to happen. It's inevitable. You're going to have people who are misguided in movements, but then you can work towards alleviating those before they become like too out of control that there's nothing else you can do except part ways.
Eldridge Cleaver should have never been in the Panthers. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Like, because like, and even when like you listen to him talk, like there's a real, I watch it I share it every once in a while. There's a clip of Eldridge Cleaver talking about going into the Senate to take the head of a politician. And then the reporter was like, "You really don't mean that." And he's like, "No, I literally mean that." And then he laid out exactly what he was going to do. And then it's like
talking about raping white women and soul on ice. Like.
Yeah, like, and the thing is that there's probably a point where he was, I would say, a redeemable individual. And what happens is when you bring people in, and this is not vetting, like this is vetting, but it's not vetting as a means of casting out. It's that like, okay, there are things in a person's past and a person's development that's going to influence how they develop within your movement and what have you.
Necessary level of gatekeeping.
Yeah. And it's okay. Like it's okay to cast members, and this is going to sound like I'm being anti-gatekeeping, like I'm pro-gatekeeping, but it's like you need, like, not every movement is for every individual. Thank you. Happens is that like, okay, if I have somebody who is like, if I'm creating, I don't know, the school abolition party, and I have somebody who unironically wants to just glass school board members, it's like, hey,
actually, Joe, easy IRO moment. No, actually, I said this before. Natural hair movement. I stand by it. I shall get canceled and dragged by it. Okay, like, easy claps. Natural hair movement. Everybody deserves to be gatekeeped. Okay, a lot of people don't.
That was actually like one of the most horrifying parts of my like hippy dippy experience in that first panel. We were talking about the school to prison pipeline, and fuck it, I'll just name names. Stardust was like, yeah, just get rid of it. And I'm like, fuck yeah, homeschool. Like, I thought we were going to talk about homeschooling and stuff. She's like, nah, just send the kids to jail. Just get rid of the school to prison pipeline. And I'm just like, that was how I
pipeline. Just make it the fucking
just put the kids in jail right away. That's when I knew, like, okay, I know what time you're on.
I just wanted to give a little context of when it comes on to civil rights and activism. Okay, a common misconception is basically not covering the self-defense aspect of the civil rights movement.
Yes.
And due to them wanting civil rights, they were the ones who were labeled the terrorists, the ones who were labeled the militants easily because of the facts. Cough, cough, Black Panthers, cough, cough, Malcolm X, cough, cough, a lot of people. Because it's easy to easily misconstrued what was wanting to be accomplished. And not only is that narrative very harmful in the grand scheme of white supremacy, but it also transferred to other countries. And I've said this on the panel before, but I just think it's very important to say, because it just contributes to basically the biases that the school system create.
Yeah, and with that being said, like to the clean up my the thing that I was saying is that you're gonna have people who might have like a more radical approach to what you want to do, and like maybe there is the glass school board members party, but that ain't me. So there's the door. Have fun. Like, and the thing is like, and that's like, it's okay. Like some people like. Maybe I'm not the person to pull someone out of their madness that they want to unironically glass school board members, but maybe somebody else can, and maybe like maybe somewhere down the road someone is going to deep pill me and I wake up like a full-on anarchist, right? But is that gonna be cemetery? Who knows? Is that gonna be car? Who knows? But like I think something that happens is that people want like ownership of these like movements and these de-radicalizations or what have you. It's like, and then like, no, like everybody is gonna approach these things at different points, and it's totally fine and totally acceptable to safeguard as you alleviate circumstances. But
Joe, call names already. We already know what you're talking about.
I know.
So
We
wait,
already know. He already knows.
wait, I think someone in chat, in Kevin's chat, asked a very interesting question, which is basically, what's the difference between, say, safeguarding and gatekeeping? Because I see these words being used interchangeably, especially when we talk about protecting certain communities and individuals. And at what length are we willing to, say, exclude certain types of people, or say designate certain people to different groups in order to protect those individuals? And what does protecting look like in those environments,
I think that the terms safeguard and gatekeep are completely interchangeable, honestly. It's just whether or not the person using those words are using them in good faith or bad. And gatekeeping, it doesn't, like, safeguarding sounds good no matter how you say it, right? So you got to say gatekeeping. And that's the only way you can be in bad faith about it, I guess. At least that's my experience. Whenever I see someone complaining about gatekeeping, it's usually someone who's doing something that should definitely be gatekept. You know what I mean?
I think safeguarding is a form of gatekeeping, but gatekeeping isn't inherently bad. Gatekeeping is only considered bad because it's exclusionary, but being excluded isn't necessarily inherently wrong. Also, the reason why we do so is in order to basically not only form solidarity, because to some degree being comfortable is a form of solidarity, in my opinion. It contributes to that fact, but it's also when it comes on to people's existence, a lot of the times when people are alt-right or very far right-winger, it comes to the T of identity, and I don't want to be in the same movement of a former KKK member. Like, there's a certain thing of a personal angst and uncomfortability that just harms the movement as a whole. And I don't think it's a precedent that should be set. Now, is reform necessary? Sure, but I think there's a certain degree where it's like, okay, if we're going to reform, we're going to give you the beginner, like, okay, the beginner badge, so we can work with you, versus you just going deep in and then you making everybody feel uncomfortable because you're using right-wing talking points.
Well,
So oh, go ahead.
Can I? Yeah. Something that I think is like, but for me, like I guess I can give like kind of like a hypothetical example, which might kind of help encapsulate how I feel. So let's say I have Ted. I'm just gonna call this person Ted. In my imaginary movement, I find out that Ted is not really advocating for, I'm just gonna use like personalize it, for students the way that I want them to. So I'm going to, and I think everybody knows that Ted like is a little sus. Like he's not really saying the same shit that everybody else is saying. Like it's in message to a point, but it's not in a way that's going to be helpful. There's ways I think you can alleviate those conditions so that Ted ends up being a good advocate and activist. However, I would try to actively put Ted in positions where he would succeed based on where he's at. So does that mean that Ted is relegated to printing out flyers and putting them on doors? Maybe. Is that relegated to Ted maybe like bringing new members in so that he has like a constant reiteration of like what the message is to new people with with somebody like in guidance, like guiding them through it? Absolutely. But maybe like even after that point, like Ted still ain't doing it. Ted's just not it. Then there's like a deeper conversation of like not kicking him out, but just like basically laying down the floor of like, this doesn't feel like you're quite there yet. And it's nothing like, we still want you and we still like respect you, but your tools may be better suited somewhere else. It's not here. And it's not because we don't want you here. It's because we want to see you thrive. And maybe there's another organization or another group that can help you thrive. Now, in the reverse of that, let's say we find out through proper vetting and proper, like, let's say we find out after the fact, like this individual's already kind of vetted, and then we find out Ted has just been slapping women's asses, perpetually slapping women's asses. And it doesn't even slap, he does like the grab and the undertickle. Like that's the worst kind of slap. And
the worst.
It's basically sexual assault.
Undertickle.
And that's a situation where you sit Ted down and go, Ted, you are doing actions and your behavior is not only going to compromise your safety, but the safety of other people.
Right.
And we are more than happy to give you the right resources to help facilitate your recovery going to the police station. But like that doesn't mean like we're not like in a position to defend you on this. Like we will help you, but we will not defend you. And I think that's like a thing that a lot of movements like kind of do wrong at that aspect. Like when they find out that somebody in their leadership group is something that's like really bad, or like in the organizational group that's really bad, I think you still have to give them the tools so that they can properly like thrive based on what they presented. But when I say thrive, it's not thrive like, oh, we're just gonna like cover it up and act like it never happened. Like, no, like to me, thriving is saying that, hey, you told me this thing that is actually illegal, so we're gonna go to the police together and we're gonna walk through this together, because I'm not going to just cast out the time we work together just because like you diddle women. Like I'm gonna be deeply against it and stay the fuck away from women for the love of God, but I'm still gonna take you to the police station. I'm still gonna work with you through this because I understand that you still need people by your side for that. Right. And being by your side is not consignment of the action.
Yep.
Like, and I hold this for anyone who's in an organization with me, and even like if I have kids, my kids, like if my son were to just like glass somebody, I'm gonna take him to the police station. I'm gonna be with him in court, but I'm not gonna like, if I'm gonna go on, like I'd be the worst best advocate, because then like they're like, how could you believe that your son did it? I'm like, yeah, I knew he did it. Like he clearly did it. Just because that's my son doesn't mean I'm gonna be like, oh, he's a good kid, but he clearly, like, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
I'm an abolitionist, so I believe everything right up until the police get involved. That's where you lose me. But everything else, 1000%.
Yeah. So I guess like the one thing I wanted to hone on basically is when it comes to, say, and I hate to bring it up, but online spaces, right? We talked a lot about it, but the idea of, say, like the perfect leftist or left-leaning person, or say advocate, is very tough when we try to say gatekeep or say safeguard a certain environment, because as Joe said with his example of what was it, a coworker, Ted? Because I was just thinking of Ted Bundy the whole
just
time,
Ted.
like the
Yeah,
serial
just like
killer.
Ted.
But all right, but yeah, so then like Ted, he, or I'm assuming it's he, he basically is problematic, right? But Ted's intentions are on the right path. Now, would you consider like Ted in an online space, the caricature of like Ted advocating in the same movement that you are in, right? But not directly alongside you, harmful to the movement as a whole, or just another movement adjacent to yours? Because when we talk about people, when we are on panels with people who are problematic or say the wrong things, right? We're more prone to disagree and to critique each other. But the one thing that often frustrates me is when conversation is just incredibly halted because of these disagreements. And then we start to say, oh, well, you shouldn't speak on this or on behalf of this, when up until that point we were all right on board. I would take the other approach in which we start to talk about like what proper advocacy is and exactly why it's bad, rather than just if there is a disagreement, then we halt all discussion. That's just a problem that I've seen from my perspective, but I definitely wanted to hear and listen Bing kind of expand on this a little bit more.
For me, it's kind of like, unfortunately, because I happen to do like IRL anti-fascist work, that's like TOS, I can't really talk about it. I have become extremely fucking cynical, like to an insane degree. Like yourself, I enjoy conversation, and I believe that there are people out there who are legitimately just lost in the sauce. So that's why I deal with chatters a specific way, and I'll be super charitable to chatters most of the time. But a lot of time, to get into what Joe has said, and I've said this a bunch of times, both by myself, just streaming, and on panels, like, part of the commodification of leftism is people who were like apolitical or anti just JW or whatever 5-6 years ago, decade ago maybe, but 2020 happened and now they're leftists because anything with BLM on it or whatever, like, we went the whole year doing the JPEGs and all that stuff, right? So they saw it as a brand that they could attach themselves to and market themselves with. So there's stuff to where it's like, I hate to keep picking on this person, but I'm gonna use Stardust as an example, right? I was invited to be on a panel for Hippy Dippy to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse. This person is describing themselves as a leftist. That's how they market themselves, but they're literally defending Kyle Rittenhouse and still stand on that point. And it's like, how do you even have a conversation with that person to explain to them, like, you have to start from the very beginning and explain, like, the state is engaged in active warfare against leftists. Y'all know that, right? Like, they say it in their own documentation when it comes to the FBI, CIA, with the people they decided they want to investigate. You can look at historical context and see what happened to the most far left people in this country. Like, Bernie Sanders is not left, right? Bernie Sanders is like center left, if anything. So there's that. And then when you try to fight people on specific things, that, like, especially as this is where it gets especially frustrating, like, as a black person. And I mean, like, an example, talking to Chud Logic, right, where I come into your chat and the only thing that I say is the police are a white supremacist organization, and then you spend the next like 5 minutes going off about tanky leftoids using academic language and all this crazy shit. It's like, nah, I don't think you're here for the right reason. I don't. And it's not just about criticism of people, but also their reaction to criticism, right? So if someone comes at me and says, for example, hey, you're not advocating for trans people properly, or you haven't said shit about trans people, blah 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 blah, my response to that will be to go ham. My coverage of trans issues, within reason, right, speaking on what I feel qualified to speak on, right, would be triple, quadruple for the next like week, 2 weeks, whatever. But it seems to me that the move when a lot of these larger streamers or debate bros or whatever you want to call them get approached in this manner, you get accused of what? Clout chasing. You're called pretentious, right? All this stuff. So yeah,
for situations where they say, oh, well, I don't have a problem with said group of people specifically, but all the ones that I met from that group are just fucking weird and I don't want to deal with them, push them all to the side, which is kind of saying, like, you don't want to engage with anybody from that group, period.
Yeah, I mean, like, and I'm just gonna keep this short because if Bink is still there, I'd love to hear opinion on this. But basically, I see this behavior from like a lot of people, which is basically I just don't engage with this demographic due to the interactions I've had with said people. I am very sad to hear about say your engagements with say people and like other people's chats. I've had that same reaction too when I back in the day when I thought going onto a conservative stream and trying to have a productive conversation was a good idea,
right?
But it wasn't. And basically, I guess I just wanted to really just clarify that, if we are going to be alongside other people, right? I think that the brands or the identities or the ideologies that we follow, these are now becoming less of identifiers and more so like just in and out groups and groups that we can target and demonize as a whole. Because I know a shit ton of like anarchists who are amazing, and like I've learned a lot more by being around more anarchists. A lot of people who are say Marxist Leninists, a lot of people, and like they all have like different levels of where they're at. So like just the word tanky itself, I've even stopped. Right, yeah. Like I've like stepped away from that, due to my interactions with these people, and it's all varying. So I just don't like the black and white interpretation of like online politics that people seem to have now. Like I'm a big fan of debates. I like watching people, but like I understand why people don't like it, But I think that there are different types of people that make good arguments, can respond to criticism well, and I don't know. Definitely wanted to see what anybody else thought about, the online space and, dealing with, I guess, problematic allies. Like, how do you solve that,
The answer is there's no solving them. It's unable to be solved. And it's not even a doom and pill moment. It's just that when people have an ounce of power, then they act differently, and it is what it is. I think the issue is that we don't that on the ground, in my point of view, there isn't a central movement in which we are conducting ourselves. There's not one influential figure. We don't have a Malcolm X. We don't have, a MLK. We don't have these specific central figures in order to surround ourselves with when it comes onto broader movement. BLM happened, but they're corp now, so everybody's like anti-BLM, and the whole movement as a whole isn't as central as it is before. And because it is like that, due to like cough government, but because it's like that, online politics is where it's at. Everybody's going around a specific figure, and people go around to Vosh, people go around to Destiny, RGR, Demon Mom, all of these specific figures, because that's where they cultivate their ideas from. It's where their intellectual curiosity is fulfilled, because school is fucked. Like, there's a lot of factors when it comes on to, why we had these central figures, but I think the issue is that people aren't thinking critically when it comes onto these instances. People allow themselves to have biases because they're their own self and they're not being held accountable by people in IRL, because a lot of the times you can't even express yourself when it comes onto political ideologies in real life. It's still a taboo to talk about politics at the lunch table, at the dinner table. So I think
at Thanksgiving.
At Thanksgiving, I think it's a thing of there's no solving this, because even if we were to call out these specific influencers, specific bad allies, they're going to cry wolf and say you're victimizing me. They're going to play the classic part of why are you canceling me, because they are in a position of power. And the only thing that we can actually do is do what we have been doing for a hot minute now, and as small creators, cultivate our audiences and tell them how it's supposed to be. I think a lot of the other issues that not only are these specific allies not what we're supposed to have, they replicate themselves by having these, big audiences, which are children. So since they are children and who are younger than me, sadly to say, you have to make it so that there's content that is consumable. When we talk about, anarchism or communism or, Asian issues, all of these things, it should be consumable so a child could understand. I think that's another part of it. There's a lot of people who, talk about how there's vocabulary that is in constant misuse, but it's in constant misuse because a lot of the times the majority of people who are on the internet are children. I think there's an issue of trying to solve what it is to be an ally and forever for until the next time we're just all liberated people in X, Y, and Z. Then really and truly the idea of what to be an ally is going to be inconsistent because, as I said, the decentralization of the movement, but also a thing of it is profitable to be a bad ally. There's profitable to posture in these specific ways. Actually, I talked about this with Endless, how it's profitable to have a brand of being on the left at the moment. So then at the end of the day, it's a thing of there's no really solving this. It's all more so on the prevention side that we can actually act upon.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm at is I am trying to approach this in a different way, and it's gonna be hard, and I'm probably gonna fight some people, but I'm trying my best now to try to relate to people that we have to start separating the individual actions from the individual and tackle why those individual actions are harmful. So something that I'm actively working on right now, and I'm having into like a precarious position, is I spent 5 hours shitting on Zan. And I did a whole base. Like I did a whole stream about like how one of his videos around a photo was racist and openly sexist. And the problem is when you levy things like racism and sexism, especially to white leftists, they get really upset. And because it is a bold like claim, but the thing is that what I'm trying to do is separate Xander Hurley individual, where it's like I don't think that he is racist just to be racist on the internet. Now, some people might be closer to saying that that's bullshit than where I'm at right now, but I'm of the camp of like I'm going to try my best to give context to the thing that he's critiquing and how he fell into anti-SJW that's now anti-woke traps. And as you're navigating that, like I don't think everybody is like equipped to do this.
I admit I was a Molyneux fan. I was a big Molyneux fan.
Like it's hard because like I don't think that, and I said this like maybe every like hour on the stream where it's like I don't think Xander Hall's a bad person, but because of the rhetorical, because he's not talking now. Like because of the way that he consumes content and the way that he curates content leads him to saying things that in this case were very hurtful towards black women.
That was my exact position on a lot, of these other streamers.
I think that's very fair.
Yeah. And then what sucks about it is that and then what sucks about it is that, and this is my frustration, and that like as I was covering the content, I got really annoyed where it's like there are parts where I get like hyperbolically like fuck bro, like stop.
It's because you have to like, it's like I was saying, it's part of lived experience that we have, and you have to explain this shit. It's basic to us, but it's like then not only do you have to explain it, they try to fight you on it, and that's what gets fucking annoying. Like,
and then like my whole thing and like the guiding point of this, and like the reason why I'm like taking some time to figure out what I want to do with it is that I'm not trying to like, it sounds like contradictory, but I'm not trying to shit on Xander Hall. It's just that, like, hey, here is an example of a creator where it's very clear that because of lack of context and because of lack of information, they just started just going into madness. And in that madness, it like went hard on Black.
To be fair, it is very easy to shit on Xander Hall when it comes on Black issues. Okay, to be fair, it's literally more easier than shitting on Destiny. Like, I've
never even seen anything from Xander Hall, but I bet I could squeeze 5 hours out of him.
Easily can give clips because I'm a drama.
Well, and the thing is, like, to kind of like circle back to what Alice is saying is that, like, take like for Voss, for instance, where like he's a complicated individual with a complicated history about race, and like the problems that I see him having and the way that he handles his content are totally different than Xander Hall, and it's going to lead to like still racialized outcomes, and like it seems a little weird, but then the question is like, and then what sucks about it is that there are, as we've seen, there are content creators who have tried to like go up to bat, and what happens is because this thing is so personal, they start getting into personal attacks, and they start getting into personal slights on character, and it's like, we got to be, when I say we, I mean people who are going into this realm of field that I'm saying.
People who are not
like anybody, like people, yeah, like people who want to do this the way that like that I'm doing it, like challenging behavior. I think it's like making explicitly clear of like, yeah, like just because I'm gonna like post a piece of content exposing racism from an individual doesn't necessarily mean that they're racist. Like people to know. Again, to be clear, there's a lot of there's an asterisk there and fine print. I want to make that clear because
case by case basis.
It's a case because we've seen where people like an accusation of like racism or sexism just go deeper in their own madness, where it's like, but the thing is that like on its face, like you and like Antithesis just said it, like you argue the content, but what sucks about it is that the content and the character are very, very close to each other. So it's possible, like, shit, like somebody, if this feels like an attack, a personal attack, and to an extent it is, because like by changing behavior, you are changing like a part of yourself in a way.
It's but also, that's just to interject, because like I forget sometimes that people come on here and play characters, right? Like this is me. Like you get nothing but 1,000% me every time you see me on the camera. I'm the same way here as I am out on the street. You know what I mean? So I forget that people like this is, I sleep. You can't see my bed, but my bed is like 1.5 feet over. Like, you know what I mean? This is my room, my laboratory. So like I forget that people have entire like they try to move and do whole things. And
there was a moment to interject. I was watching a panel with with critically thinking veteran, and I know he Twitch acts. I've talked to CTV in private on like private panels. I've talked to him in public panels. When he's like, well, actually, it's not. He's straight up Twitch acting. So like I've mentally just known how to like filter that out. But I saw a moment that was really incredible to me, which was he was arguing with some righty. And it was in his like stream, like in his like stream community, and then like he still acts in the community, but I could tell that, like something that somebody was saying around like a particular topic, like he was getting pissed. And the thing is that like people thought that he was Twitch acting, where it's like the level of like, oh, he's just being performative for sake of performality. But like I could tell, like because I've had like other conversations with like, oh, he's actually upset here. And then the entire time, like it was a Hippie Dippy panel, and I was like writing in chat like rare moment of CTV being actually upset at something. And then because what happened was he started like actually flexing knowledge about like historical knowledge about, I think it was guns, that like people just I didn't even know it. Like I had to look it up after, and I was like, shit, the fuck.
That makes my criticism from Friday that much worse then, but go ahead.
Yeah, like, but then what happens is that like I think there's some level of protectionism that happens with people where they create a character around their presentation on Twitch. And then sometimes, like, I mean, look no further than Keemstar. Like sometimes you break out of that and then it gets really personal. And then what sucks about it is that on Twitch, for a lot of these people, because of like politics, like this is just kind of who we are. Like they're not going to find a lot of Black people who are going to be performative about like who they are on the internet. Right. Like when I hear Wake the Beast talk, that's Wake the Beast. As much as you want to think it's performative, that man is that man. And there's nothing wrong with that. But then what sucks is that people think that like, oh, this is like this Wake the Beast guy is like seems like a Twitch actor. And it's like, no, this is just who he is. Like, it's like, well, how do you know that? It's like through private and public conversations, this man has never changed. So there's a problem in that. Because I think when people engage with certain ideas with Black and marginalized creators, they think that there's a level of like hiding your power level, and there's a level of like hiding what you actually believe. And there are some individuals, but they're usually on Instagram and their titles are Umar Johnson. But like not every
there are some characters though, right?
Yeah.
Like here's an example, right? Like, because the question is, how can you tell who's playing the character, right? A lot of us would be, oh, that's fucking easy, easy. But like one person that comes to like on mind, I used to like do a lot of React Andy content because it's just fun, right? And one person that people will send me videos of is of Jesse Lee Peterson. Ooh. No, not yeah. Jesse Lee Peterson is someone who, the minute I begin to rip into like the person's arguments or like, like say like who they are, I get people in chat all the time going, "I chill, come on." Like, and it's this empathy that comes out of nowhere. Cause I'll be shitting on PragerU. I'll be shitting on just like any like mainstream conservative that makes the same exact dog shit takes as Jesse Lee Peterson, right? But there's some sort of understanding with the demeanor of Jesse Lee Peterson, right? A lot of people like think about how complex he must be, the time he grew up, the things like. I really don't really care about any of that, but I start to see that some people do see it as like a low-hanging fruit. Oh, it's a character, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, how can you tell though? What if he's just being 110% forthcoming? Now what? Are we just like excusing it, or like, I guess that's what I struggle with, man. Like sometimes it's hard to tell.
I feel it. Especially with the picture of him with the cotton sack. He had the little cotton sack.
Oh,
yeah, dude. How the hell do you ignore that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how is this okay? I was like, there's no way he's serious, but you never know. Like,
well, that's the thing. Like, I think, and this is where I reveal my power level a little bit. I dive down toxic content all the time. So so when I say definitively that Adam 27 is a straight up anti-Black misogynist, I have overwhelming evidence.
Yeah. I feel that. I feel that. Yeah. Now I understand. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And it's like, and the thing is, what sucks about it is that like the only way you can find out is delving deeper within the madness. And not a lot of people have that level of emotional energy to do that. Yeah, like, and even like for the question of like Jesse Lee Peterson, where it's like, okay, how would we discern that he is basically just like the embodiment of the memes? Like I don't know how to word this thought. Like he's literally like on his face the most anti-Black individual on the internet. One of the most like top 5. But then like the only way to really dissect that is to see like the evolution of the individual from like going all the way back when he had that random talk show in the 90s and just like watch all the way up. And not everybody has the
like DJ
ability to like,
oh my
God. He had a talk show?
Yeah. He had a like one of like those like generic like preacher shows where like people ask questions and say stuff. Like he's had a long history. But at the same time, like when you're in the stage of like people go, come on, this is just a character. And like I know, for example, looking at, say, Dave Rubin. It's like, no, that's what you get. This is the exact representation. Like Ben Shapiro, and then even like when Ben Shapiro talks, like, no, this is the person. And then I think what happens is you get people like Jordan Lee Peterson, who has clearly morphed over time. And I think that's what leads to people leaving this level of charitability of like, well, like he's not that bad. It's like, wait, what am I sliding down? Don't worry about it, kid. Just keep watching Joe Rogan, okay?
Why do I have race realists in my mentions all of a sudden? Or my suggestions?
Oh my
yeah,
God.
and I think both exist. Like, and the thing and like, I want to say that's like the precarious challenge. Like, I know because I used to watch a lot of Umar Johnson content because he's no longer on the internet, that Black King. Like, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that, wow, this dude is straight up Hotep energy, but not like
good
to get, like not like car Hotep. This is like that all the way on this end type shit. And it's like, the only reason why I can come to that conclusion is because I've watched this man for years. And then what sucks is that not everybody, and I don't recommend everybody to be watching these individuals for years, because then what happens is, and what I struggle with, is that like not using their masks for what I believe to be good. And that's like the challenge where it's like, oh, I'm learning this move to understand this move, not to use this move on other people.
For me, what helped is like watching like people like Hassan who also hate watch the content but will stop, and it's very grounding, you know what I mean? At least for me, because I also do. Now that you've put the context behind it, yeah, I do the same exact shit. No shame.
Like, it's hard though too, because like sometimes, like there was one argument of Umar Johnson said something. He was talking to a Black woman about like her job security, and he said straight up, like, once I found out that this was a broke ass nigga, I stopped listening, my sister. And it's like, Jesus Christ. And she was like having this tear-felt conversation about how her husband was formerly incarcerated and now he's out, but they had kids together, but they're divorced and they're still trying to work it out. And then she started getting like tearful. And then what sucks about it is that like the back of my brain goes, damn, that's some king shit. But then at the same time, it's like, no, don't say that. It's just like the meme, like the, I call it like the Twitch chat, like the streamer brain comes in, where it's like streamer brainer goes Chad Sigma, but then like
poggers.
Yeah, but then it's like, wait a minute, we have to dissect like what the fuck happened there. And it's really tough. It's like, God, like Twitch acting is such a streamer brain is such a disease, and one of the symptoms is Twitch acting, because like you can't use these like tools that you see from people on others, because it's not good, because like you're not learning anything from it. But damn, is it hard.
Yeah, and I mean that's why I have a really difficult time with most panel shows that kind of treat things like WWE, because like being on the spectrum doesn't help either. But like kayfabe is just not something that I can deal with or do, because what you see is what you get with me. And I just can't, even with some of these people that are allowed on these shows. Like, I would legitimately get mad even when they're just like kayfabing, and I would take it somewhat personally. So
it's also just the way the panels are set up beyond that too. Like I swear I'm not tripping. Someone showed me a screenshot of Politically Provoked where they tweeted out trying to get a Black guy and a Jewish person to argue about which was worse.
That is not far-fetched at all.
I low key almost replied. Oh my God, I'm like,
I know I'm not tripping. Someone showed me that. I want to go back and watch my VODs to find it.
I think she's still looking.
Am I still her pin tweet? Am I still Brit's pin tweet?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it sucks because then it's like it's just bait. It's literally literal
clickbait. It's clickbait.
And I wouldn't say it's not only is it clickbait. I think it's clickbait on the side for Black and African Americans who haven't entered into that conversation, because there's no way that you're going to walk out of that I would argue without looking anti-Semitic. And I think it's problematic for whoever the Jewish person enters. I think there's no way you're going to walk out of that without looking anti-Black racist. And then like what sucks about it is like it's being used as this like spectacle when in reality, like the conversation has been had before and it's messy as fuck.
Right.
And it's like, it's not a debate. It's just like a messy ass conversation that has like a bunch of other intersections with race, class, socioeconomic status, like familiar structures, and it's like, I mean, all the power to you if you get two people who agree with that, but I wouldn't do that shit for free.
I would absolutely fucking not do that shit. I don't even know if there's a dollar amount you could pay me to do that. My people would never look at me the same again. My people will never look at me the same again.
Yeah.
Enough to disperse reparations worldwide.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that
anyway,
maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But just last thing I just want to touch on. Well, because Kevin brought up a very interesting point, which is the organization of the platforms that we enter. All right. You brought up politically provoked. I think that was hilarious because that is one example of a very problematic platform. But also because I look, I was on a Kevin Samuels panel. Basically, it was just people discussing his benefit to the Black community. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can guess my position on him. But basically,
he's based, right? Based in Kevin Samuels,
boy.
Base King.
So,
I
basically
solidarity here.
Yeah. So like we were kind of talking about him, and the problem with it is that the organizer kind of made it a little bit too open, and almost anybody can join on. And there are some people that went from, yeah, I agree with some of his takes, men empowerment, I think that's fantastic, to Black women are destroying the Black community. I cannot believe we allow such degeneracy within our ranks. Women being independent, like, dude, it went off the rails in 2 seconds.
Black MGTOW shit, real quick.
Right. Yeah. Like
this is a man.
It's an issue.
Like this is a man where again I have a PhD in toxic individuals. This is a man where like on a call, a question if you are a woman is, what is your dress size?
Oh yeah.
He will ask that question and make you answer
and hang up on you if you don't.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what? And then every once in a while, like you can tell some people who don't know the drill, where it's like, so what do you do for work? And it's like, I'm an entrepreneur. And it's like, okay, what's your dress size? And she's like, huh? It's like, oh no. And then he would just like say it again, like, what is your dress size?
He'll keep asking it. Like it's not
and then it would be like medium. And it's like, so 12. And it's like, no. And it's like, so it's like, oh my God, stop.
Dude, it's just the worst. Well, and again, like, it's the organizer that can orchestrate some of these discussions. And, within like online spaces and discussions, it's important to, have a structure. It's important to have a main point. If it's kind of like a free for all, a lot of people who are watching, oh crap, the crackling is back, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say something. I didn't know.
Sorry, y'all. I was just getting to my grand point. Hold on a second.
Damn it. I'm kidding.
Fucking internet computers.
Is it better now?
Yeah,
try again.
Where's Bink been at? Bink can't say anything in a minute.
Yeah. Bink, please jump in.
Bink, I know you're there. Just vibing.
I can finish the point, and then maybe I'm not sure if Bink is back.
No, I don't know. But yeah, go ahead and finish your point.
Sure. So I'll just finish it. Yeah, basically, we kind of have to understand that, like, if people are so focused on like the spectacle of like, say, who is the loudest or like who has like the funnier jokes. Trust me, funnier jokes do win people over. Okay, like it just works. But like, less people get concerned about the information, and it's a shame, but it's one of the points I get slam dunked on when I defend debates all the time. Is basically like, yeah, a lot of people come out less informed if they're just solely focused on, like, I've had people come into my chat like, "Hey, bro, could you hop in this Discord and debate this guy that says that black people have inferior like skull shapes?" I'm like, why? Like, why would I do that? You know, but like people are less concerned about actually learning about the topic and just the like, because like I like antagonism, it's fantastic, but when it's just overcrowded,
it's all
it becomes
about
a problem.
you. Well, Candace lies
yeah,
better.
that was
Candace
my
don't put
point.
in your lips. Get that ass banned.
And I think that we are, let's see, we're about 3 hours into the discussion. So I think now would be a good opportunity to have us do the Q&A session where if y'all send in your questions, then we will answer them, or the panelists will answer them. And actually, I think I have some points that I'll bring up maybe like after the panel, but I just know that there are a lot of points in Professor Kendi's works that I just really wanted to touch on just because, well, I've had to reread How to Be an Anti-Racist because I lost all my fucking notes when I read it last year for some reason, and it's just good information to have. But I think that in terms of being a good, I think just in terms of understanding these spaces and trying to understand, like, you know, black creators and the black point of view, you know, as a white person, I think something that you would need to understand first and foremost is that, like what Joe was saying with the Zanderhall videos that he was watching, well, video singular. I think he spent 5 hours on a single video, but
yeah,
what a king! What a king!
I know, such a king. But you know, something that is like said right out the gate in this book is just the fact that racism in and of itself is not a permanent thing that's like stamped onto a person. Those are learned behaviors and attitudes that can be unlearned. You know, like you can shift from being racist to anti-racist based on your conduct and, you know, attitudes. And I think that in order to really truly meaningfully, you know, go about this and try to like effectively advocate for people, and you have to, as a white person, you need to like have a level of self-awareness, and um you need to understand when your actions may be going into the racist territory and fixing it. You know, just like try to be conscientious about your actions and your words and your behaviors and try to fix them if they're problematic like that. And then, and I think that's why we see an issue like that in the left space. And I guess just for the panelists, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. But I think it's like chapter 10 or 13 in this. But basically, Professor Kendi brings up a really good point where racism and capitalism are almost like a weird weird conjoined twin. Because racism was justified to, you know, basically kick things off with the transatlantic slave trade in the 1400s, like the modern conception of race. So when it comes to trying to do advocacy in an anti-racist lens, I think that we need to also take on an anti-capitalist lens and vice versa. You know, in order to be effectively anti-capitalist, you also need to be anti-racist in dismantling every angle of this thing. So that's why I think that a lot of leftists in this space may have issues with separating themselves from problematic and, you know, sometimes racist points of view, because they don't acknowledge this. And I think that's just something that like white leftists need to work on. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'll be like super quick because I kind of want to tie it, because like one of the things that I stopped doing, which is making things kind of complicated, is that I kind of like started rejecting political labels. And this is just for me. Anyone else can live their best lives. So like I try to talk about, I talk about like what I support directly, which leads to problems because then that allows people to self-ID or self-ID me. Like the thing, like, for example, I believe is that, like, I believe that Black people in the United States in particular have a unique set of problems, aesthetic, culture, beliefs, and ideas that tend to be separate from other racialized groups and Western culture, generally speaking. And what that ends up being is essentially cultural nationalism. But I don't believe in these like ideas of like nation states and stuff like that. Like I don't believe, like, I don't think like we need borders. I don't think we need like these like set hierarchy. There's a bunch of other shit with that. But like one of the problems that I run into is that I think people need to take a bit more time in exploring ideas they don't understand. For instance, like I believe that, like, again, like, what if you were to dissect that? I think a place to start is like, okay, what does like a different like approach to ideas and politics look like in terms of like what I believe for Black people in the United States? There's a lot of evidence for that. Like, Black capitalists talk totally different than white capitalists. Now, there are similarities to that, but you're not going to find a Black capitalist that isn't going to have some level of support for Black people. They're going to have support for Black people. And that's a thread that's consistent along like economic nationalism line within economic Black nationalism. Like, you're going to see that parallel. It's just that the support is going to look different. So I think something that if I'm looking into like what exactly is Black economic nationalism, like there's capitalist strains, socialist strains, Marxist strains, anarchist strains, and then, but the thing is that like the common thread with all of it is a support for Black people, or at least the involvement of Black people. And then what sucks is that there's common threads, but that doesn't mean those common threads make Black people monolithic when it comes to these ideas. And I think a tendency that happens is when people are approaching these ideas for the first time, whether that be Black nationalism, they're trying to find and grab similarities so that they can stay in, I'm going to be very kind of direct here, logical terms. And because racism is an illogical thing based on a false bottom and then like it was perpetuated under illogical means, you're going to have like illogical conclusions if you approach it logically. So what that means is like if you approach racism and the problems that happen because of racism, you're going to lose your mind because it's illogical. Like the ideas that were created from racism are not something that's based in reality. Like, and a good example of that is like, well, Black people are just better athletically than white people. And it's like, what? And it's like, yeah. And it's like, wait a minute. So why do you think that? Oh, they're just more genetically exposed to these things. And it's like, wait a minute. You talked about exposure. It's like, yeah. Well, why is it that there are more, like, I'm going to dive deep in the meme here. Like, why are there more basketball courts per square inch in New York City than any other, and most cities and anywhere else in like home structures and like living structures? Well, it's just easier to build them. It's like, well, there's a lot of space in rural areas. Like, why don't you see basketball courts in rural areas? And it's like, well, maybe, just maybe there are systems that and things that happen within society to perpetuate or self-fulfill their own, I don't know how to describe it, like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like if you mass migrate through practices, policies, and procedures, Black people into urban centers, and then you put basketball courts in those urban centers, and then push athletics and the idea of recreation in those urban centers and give these people nothing else to do in these urban centers, there's a pretty decent chance that because of all of the factors around this activity, you could lead to an outcome where a sport might be over 50% Black representative. Not because Black people are poor, not because Black people don't have access to these facilities, is that you basically created the outcome for yourself. And then look no further than say like lacrosse. Why do you like and it sounds so conspiratorial. I'm not trying to be conspiratorial. It's not my point. Is that the point I'm trying to make here is that conditions in the United States were created in such a way where certain groups thrive in some areas and certain groups struggle in others. And then like as you start like peeling apart the shell, you're gonna be like you're gonna start like just seeing things that make no sense. And just because it doesn't make sense doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Like, and I think one of the problems is that people like when they don't see like the something I hear a lot is like, well, there's no more race, like the racism now is like like the past is more racist now, right? And I argue like, well, it's just different. It's not better or worse, it's just different. Like for example, this is still the best time to be alive, and statistically speaking the probability of me getting kidnapped by a Klansman is not zero, but it's pretty close to 0%. Now does that mean that the Klan is gone?
They're definitely not, trust me.
Yeah, like
they are here.
So yeah, so it's like the way that we tackle these issues in real time are going to be difficult. But I think by and large, what people need to do is, it sounds so cliche, but just like open your mind a little bit and just be like, because of how things are constructed, you're going to have pushback and resistance to things. Like, for example, Black separatism. Like, one thing that I keep saying to the high heavens is that Black separatism is not hateful ideology. It's all the other things due to conditions that lead down different sects of separatism being hateful ideology. But the internal argument, if these systems are not made for you, you would want to get out of those systems. That sentiment is not hateful. And we already do this where it's like, I don't like this person because of, I don't know, they like Game of Thrones. I don't fucking know. Like, we already do different practices of saying like, this is not for me, so I'm going to separate from this thing. But then what happens is when you start loading the deck because of conditions, then you lead to self-fulfillment of like people saying things like Jews control the banks and all these other like conspiratorial things. And that's why we have to separate. It's like the core isn't hateful, but everything else around it could potentially be. So tackle, like, we're not saying don't pay, like, I'm not saying don't pay attention to the edges, like as you're getting to the core, like still acknowledge that these exist, dissect why these things exist, but don't just shit on separatism because you think all separatists are anti-Semitic. Believe it or not, there are Black separatists who are not hateful people and do not advocate for the separate, like when they say a separate nation, that doesn't mean exclusive nation of exclusively Black people. Like, some separatist groups understand that there's going to be a level of integration that is required and has to exist. And they need that to exist to survive. And then like you hear that and go, wait a minute, but I heard that's within the nation of it. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. Read a book. Like, and then like, I don't know. It's like, be more charitable to Black people, please. And please, for the love of God, read Black works. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, just big round of applause for that. I will take the burden of following it. So one thing that I wanted to mention, because this may be my final spiel here before I go. I have to make a little trip. But basically, we didn't touch upon Black and Black separatism too much. But I'm glad that Jer brought it up. The thing about, say, and then I'm going to dive into the capitalism thing. But the thing about Black separatism is it's really not, if you break it down, a hard idea to sell to people. Like, I often, and it's a shoddy comparison, but I often think about, like, say, the foundings of America to the most patriotic, Trump supporting conservative possible, right? If the systems didn't work in said country and you find another country and you set up systems that work for you, right? Right, and then you fight against like an enemy that is trying to oppress you,
The British
and take away.
I agree.
Right. Then basically you're going to create a situation where you can thrive, your people can thrive, etc. I think that works for a lot of people. It's not, but for some reason when you put it in a black context, then it's like, oh, that's weird. Why would you ever want to do that? And and I'm glad that you explained this very well, Joe, because it's not like there are a lot of black separatist groups that actually aren't exclusionary. That is the only problem. Right. I know that we have to be realistic here. There are people of mixed race, immigrants, people that are going to eventually move into your society or say be around you. But it's about the power that is held over you in a society that has historically oppressed you and your people for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's very tiring, believe it or not. And so, like, I don't think that it's a very hard concept to understand. And I'm sure Endless and Bink will expand more on that. I apologize, I have to go after this, but to go into the capitalism thing and black capitalism, a lot of people shit on a lot of black capitalists, right? Because it's like it doesn't make sense. It's like, dude, like you're talking about, say, like, anti-racism, but you perpetuate a system that upholds like racism, right? But a lot of people who are black support capitalism because it is all they've been exposed to. A lot of people, because they see what they deem as success: luxury items, cars, surplus consumption. Like they see that as success because they're only in their little bubble here. Once they're exposed to what the grand idea of, say, black liberation is, they understand that capitalism and black liberation is incompatible. So, like, I think that, like, I extend some sort of empathy to black capitalists in a sense, but I often do criticize it extensively. I just hope people understand that and don't think that people are just choosing capitalism because they just truly think it is the best. Maybe they do, but I think for the most part, when black people see success, when they're in poverty, when they're in bad situations, they're gonna go to what works the best. That's what my parents taught me. That's what a lot of my family members taught me. And it's only till I was exposed to other people, different political ideologies, to where I started to see my own vision of what true freedom, liberation is for black people. If that makes sense.
Yeah. A little bit of a meme there that you reminded me with is that, like, when it comes to separatism, I mean, like, for fuck's sake, the Lee resolution is literally an act of separatism. The Declaration of Independence is an act of separatism.
Yeah.
We very clearly, we are not, America is yeah, like America is America because of separatist action. And then all of a sudden, for the founding fathers, it's based. But then when like other groups who, because of this perpetual cycle, are now the oppressed group in this new country that you created, because maybe, just maybe, you're doing the same shit that you did, now just separated from British rule. And now that group of people's like, yeah, we want to separate from you now too. And it's like, you just want to be away from white people, don't you? It's like, well, I mean, look at you. Like, it's like, what am I gonna say? We're doing this because we want to be separated from women? Like, the fuck? Like, look, you're the ones in power. Like, what are we supposed to say? Like,
well, yeah.
I am memeing there, but.
Yeah, no, and thank you. I just wanted to hear if Endless had a response to that before I had one. Or Bink.
No, I'm gonna let Bink go because Bink hasn't said anything for the last
Yeah.
Is she still there?
Something must have happened because I didn't hear like any feedback or anything.
Yeah. I guess I'll
Bink?
go.
Yeah.
No, we lost Bink.
Bink, no.
I'm using the bathroom though. I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Basically everything you said. Like,
I can still hear though.
Cool. That I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that. United States separatism analogy, because I'd never heard that before. That shit just blew my mind. But I guess I would just go back to what I said earlier, where it's like for us, like in terms of a Black nationalist revolution, it's literally just us being able to feed our kids and live without being assailed. You know what I mean? And when it comes to, like you were saying with capitalism, it is all that people know, but to a certain extent, I feel like we can apply maybe a little bit of theory there and move from capitalism to socialism to communism, where you have people like Killer Mike out there trying to form Black-owned and Black-only banks. You know what I mean? Maybe build up our new Tulsas or what have you, and then from there you can employ socialist policies, and then from there you just say, fuck it, we already got socialism, why not just do communism, right? And that's building of dual power. And then you might have some redcoats who say, nah, we'd like to continue to extract resources from your people for free, like we've done since we brought you here. And once we get a taste of what it's like to be free, why will we ever go back? You know? So
no, thank you for that.
And Pink's grandmother is currently helping her with her hair, so she is still here, but she's
listening.
Disposed. Yes.
She must be doing the back now, I guess.
Well, Kev, if I just make my exit, if I may, I just want to say thank you so much for the invitation. I do have to go. And it was nice meeting all of you, Endless, Spink, Joe.
Likewise.
Finally get to see the man behind the contentious tweets. Definitely have a good time. Do you mind if I plug making my grand return?
Oh, Ike, of course. Please tell people where they can find you.
Yeah. No, thank you. My Twitch channel is twitch.tv/Ike Salas. And that's mainly where I make my content. But definitely looking forward to doing more panels. You should do more panels, Kev. I'm not sure if you do them in the past, but this is really good.
This is my very first one, so thank you so much.
Ooh, this is a banger, dude.
This is a fire one to start off one.
Fantastic. Very bold too. Anyway, thank you all, and have a good day. All right. Go Cincinnati. All right.
Hell yeah.
Bye.
What?
I also want to get into what Joe was saying about just being like, it's hard to find a political title. Like, I feel like people get really married to like titles, or they follow through on theory from a specific like political lens. And like me, I just want to feed people, and I just want to protect people from Nazis and Klansmen and shit. And like, I guess I can morph into whatever box you want to put me in from that standpoint. But like, that's why I call myself a Black anarchist, because I'm, and that box is just kind of, but I'm different from a Kwesi Balogun. I'm different from a Lorenzo Combo. I'm different from a Eddie Conway. But those are the types of people that I draw cues from in different areas of my life to say, what would I do if I had to spend the next 4 years in federal prison or whatever? What would I do if someone tried to lynch me? You know what I mean? What would I do if someone tried to lynch my friends? What would I do if people in my area were hungry? So yeah, I feel you 110% on that, Joe, in terms of like not being willing to self-identify, and then that opens you up for people to call you tanky and whatever else.
Tanky, faux righty,
Black
separatist.
Right.
Black supremacist, unironically.
Yeah, black supremacist, yeah.
Like,
I got that one. I gave
right,
somebody
I'm back.
though.
Hi.
Hey, finally.
What's up?
All right, so what we vibes and songs? What's going on? I'm nosy.
About low key about how you can't be anti-racist if you're not anti-capitalist, and you can't be anti-capitalist if you're not
true. That is a very indeed.
Let's talk about it.
Oh, basically, communism is based. Socialism is sus. It's giving moderate. capitalism is ass because like capitalism was low-key just built off a bag of slaves and genocide. So if the foundation was already ass to begin with, why should we still be using it if it's just causing more ass? Only difference is that instead of us like on like actual plantations, it's just fucking workers in other countries are just profiting off of them. We're just switching up. We're being the England and the France instead of if you get the analogy. But yeah.
Sorry,
I'm
back.
Slave labor.
Yeah.
Since the amendment has that loophole, so I definitely get what you're saying.
Yeah. With like Louisiana and stuff, with plantations there.
Yeah.
There's tracks too, right? Where go for a thing. You better be for me.
Oh, I was just I just wanted to ask Kevin when we doing the the tie collection.
Oh gosh. I don't want to ever do a tie collection stream. I have so many ties, and that would take so many hours to go through. But
just do a top 10. The top 10 ties.
Hey, that's right. This is one of my top 10 ties I'm wearing right now. It was a gift. I love it so. Thank you.
It's complicated. Something that I'm sensitive about, like there are so many different. This is why I encapsulate Black nationalism as like a broader umbrella, because there's so many Black people in the Americas fighting this fucking system, jeez, on all sorts of fronts. And I don't think there is unless you talk to any of the political ideological groups, there isn't like a clear, correct way to get to the end goal. But I would say that I think every group, this is just for me, like I think every group is equal parts correct and wrong at the same time, depending on how you sit on certain ideas. So like if you believe that like money is based, which low key true, then maybe you believe that like capitalism is Black capitalism is the way to go, uplifting Black businesses. Actually, let me clarify that in a second. Uplifting Black billionaires, and then you want to like go with that route. Okay, I guess you can do that, but even within something like Black capitalism, of like, okay, maybe you want to uplift Black businesses and prioritize Black owned businesses and helping Black people. It's still capitalist, but it's like a little bit more like by the people for the people. That's
a little bit more
route
FUBU.
that you can go. Yeah, a little bit more FUBU. There's nothing wrong with that, but then I think what happens is like you still have to be like always critical of like, okay, what are my goals and like what's my end goal? And I think and also there's nothing wrong with like not ascribing to any of this shit. Like if you do something like, hey, I'm just fucking trying to go to work, feed my fucking family, cash this check, and then maybe once in a while take my kids to the movies and like do the thing, like sure, that's also fine. I think that something that we all have to do regardless of where you're at politically is like find what you're good at and double down on what you're good at while you have the mind, body, and spirit to do so. And it's never too late to like get activated in whatever it is. And I think that for a lot of people, it sounds so, I hate the go home and do homework meme, but like I think like reading about these things is a good place to start. And if not reading, just like Googling a couple of individuals, like say, I don't know, like I'm just using names that people might know just from like the curricular or the anthology of like Twitch and stuff, like just looking up like Kwame Ture interview, looking up like Bobby Seale interview, Eldris Cleaver interview, Ibram X. Kendi interview, and just listen to how these individuals talk about things. And you'll be amazed that like, believe it or not, one of the things that we did in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, which I wish we still did, was put mics in front of Black people's faces and said, what do you think about this? Without any type of like filtration system. Yeah.
I mean, we just started doing that with like the cat panels, and Kevin has blessed us with with this. Yeah, and definitely Freckle too. I think I just wanted to say two things because oh my gosh, I was listening in the back and slaying the girls with the new hair. No. Touching on the little separating the influencer things because it's been a hot minute since I talked. Okay, my issue is that you're profiting off of ignorance. Thus, you are immoral, and I'm able to morally condemn you and attack your character. That's why I go so hard on people. Now, don't get me wrong, CCB is easily like one of the people they're Twitch acting, but it's just like you center your whole persona around being certain, which is actually inherently anti-intellectual, and a lot of people do this. And it's just like I'm able to be like, hey yo, you're kind of like a shitty ass person because like you're kind of profiting off of like cough anti-blackness. So like
yeah. Interject really quick. Because I actually was congratulated because I induced a kayfabe breaking moment with CTV where I was talking about how I was smoking on Ashley Babbitt and he got really fucking heated. He got really mad that I was talking about getting high as fuck off Ashley Babbitt.
But just right after that, actually when it comes on to my navigation, I actually talked about this on shout out to Paradigm because Paradigm's a real one. I actually talked on Paradigm stream I think Saturday or Friday, and I was talking about the way I conduct myself on Twitch, and I actually kind of touched on how navigation kind of feels like it's forced upon you when really and truly it's kind of an individual action as well as a collective action. For me, it's kind of surprising that I've seen my teacher introduced us to Sister Soldier during because he has like a PowerPoint for Black History Month, like the whole like 28 like days and everything. And we were watching an interview of her and she did it at a round table, and I was just like, yeah, she's so for the people moment because it's just like, yo, I literally navigate the same exact way. So the thing of not only can you get ideas from different advocates and activists in order to inform the way you can navigate, but it's also a thing of like you're not the only one. So don't feel like that pressure, because I personally feel that pressure low key. I think a lot of the girlies who are on Twitch that are like doing Twitch politics aren't as bold as me. And I genuinely feel like that because I'll curse anybody out. I don't care. Like I'll get dragged on Twitter. It's kind of the reason why I don't have Twitter. And I feel like a reason one of the reasons for that is because you don't get picked on panel if you're decisive, and if you are decisive, you're the one who's being preyed upon as Exhibit A, like Demon Mama, because she don't take nobody's shit. So it's a thing of like I'm very decisive on purpose because that's how I personally advocate. And it's a thing of people having to know that don't feel like because the system is against you that there is no hope. Because there's always going to be people like us on the panel, people who are at your local, who are looking out for you. It's just that you don't always see that, and that's fine. I feel like what you're supposed to hope for is for not only the future, but to see little tiny changes. Like for an example, like when the fucking when gay marriage got passed, I remember that, and I was in like elementary school and we were like celebrating and shit. Like little tiny stuff gets not only imprinted in your mind when you're older, but also the children, so that the youth can be, continue the fight when we all wrinkle and old and in the in the elderly home. So I just wanted to say that.
All right, and I'm so glad that I'm so happy that you did, because that was super insightful, and I really appreciate you popping back in and unloading that whole atom of truth on us like you always do. So I do appreciate that immensely. But I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go to the Q&A session. And we have a couple questions here from chatters, so I'm going to just go from the top here. So one question that we received is, and this is for the panel in general, is Lord Jamar an issue in hip-hop culture?
Yes.
Who is
this? I don't know who that is, so I guess the answer is yes. I'll take your word for it.
it's kind of hard to explain. Lord Jamar is from the group Brand Nubian. Lord Jamar is one of those people that's
Jamar.
Okay. He's on DJ Vlad. Yeah, he's one of those people that has who's pretty misunderstood, has some good takes and some bad takes. His takes on hip hop being something that black people made, blacks and Latino people in New York stealing public power and stuff like that. That's factually correct and true, right? But what I feel like a lot of the old heads missed was that and FD Signifier did a really good video on this, was that because of the way that they handled hip hop, it got commodified just like everything else that black people create, and it's not ours anymore. And Lord Jamar also says some really problematic and homophobic shit, he's one of those people that is like on the level of Hotepism, where like he believes that like Europeans invented homosexuality as part of a eugenics program so that black people wouldn't procreate.
Nah, some Hotep shit. Yeah. Hotep shit. There's also that whole like God, what did he say? Fuck. It was like basically the Holocaust denial through population metrics. It's like bruh.
It was like soft Holocaust denial. Just
where it's like the Holocaust happened, right? Yeah. 6 million Jewish people, right? Well, if you look at the numbers of the population, it's like, oh my God.
He isn't quite to the level of like they had soccer fields and swimming pools, but I'm sure if you let him go for long enough, he'll get there.
Yeah,
he's one of those people, and like Star from Hot 97. Boy, do I love watching Star, but is he one of the shittiest people I've ever fucking seen?
And I guess you found somebody for that politically provoked panel that was brought up earlier, but I'm not going to give Brittany any ideas. But
I mean, these individuals, believe it or not, love to talk. So
you might get
them.
Oh no! if you got enough bag, if you got the bag for them, they'll say whatever.
Oh no!
I have a question, Kevin. Isn't that a submarine you say, or is that a chicken? Could look like a chicken.
Huh? No, this is the yellow submarine.
Yeah, it's a yellow submarine.
In the town.
Dang, I can't see, and I'm wearing glasses. Dang, that's really wild.
It's all downhill. Trust me.
We have a next question here. And this is a long one, so I'm just going to read the whole thing. I have neurodivergencies, and I literally have no diversity other than the POC and Indigenous that I worked with as an officer. And after studying more American history and educating myself, as much as one really can with no POC around, as well as what I understand about BLM, advocating is something I'd like to do. I personally have to learn by asking, but I don't know how to ask appropriately most of the time. I don't know how to use my privileges and skills to help anyone of any group. All I have to offer is basic technical communication skills and history. Where should I start in further learning both culturally and how to actually advocate?
Okay, I guess I feel like this is directed towards me, low-key, because I kind of said the perfect way to advocate, so I'll address it first. Okay, so, half the big girl voice. Okay, hold on. Okay, so the important part of advocacy is not only solidarity, but understanding. So when you look about history, and which is something that I constantly talk about personally on my stream, is understanding the severity of the situation and how multi-layered it is, so you can understand which way you can not only navigate, but the problems that there is. Okay, so for an example, right? So one of the reasons why Black men in history were put on the pedestal to be on the soapbox is because during the time periods, Black men were basically the only privileged person in the Black community that we able to take out the message. So if you are a person who is white, for an example, you would have to see how society navigates with you and how people who are disprivileged don't get that same, energy, and see how you can basically not speak for them per se, but to communicate with people who not necessarily would get it. I think also another thing which is important is to not necessarily how do I say this? Try not to poke the bear. And when I say poke the bear, it's not necessarily like being antagonistic. Just be very careful with your language, because when it comes on to marginalized people, no matter if they're Black or like what or like trans, whatever, these topics are triggering. So try to handle the conversation with care if you are asking the question. That's why I really appreciate the chatter for being like, I don't know how to say it, because I don't want to be insensitive, because that means you care, right? I also think what the last thing I would like to say is that involving yourself in culture is not inherently bad. The issue that a lot of POC have is that it's profitable for everybody else but the originator. So that's more so the issue. So there's nobody's like nobody's gonna get mad at you if you like, I don't know, we're a dashiki or something. Like nobody's gonna get mad at you. So I just hope you find any utility in what I'm in what I'm saying. I think the last thing I would like to say, if you're going the history route, and I've been saying that we kind of all been saying this, when it comes on to the time period, try to read as much primary resources as possible, not only on the white side, but also on the Black side if you're going to hyperfixate on Black history. I think the also is something to note if you're going the advocacy route is how solidarity was built across boards. One of the not people, but the organizations we like to talk about, me and Endless, cough cough, maybe Joe, because Joe's a little sus, but is the Black Panthers. So they actually build solidarity across other minority groups, including LGBT people. So there's also like those things to navigate, not only just to get more context of the time period and to get a more broad picture, but understanding how to navigate, because that's really why we look into history, is to get more background knowledge and see what works. So that's what I said, a lot of stuff. Please forgive me.
And not a bit of it was incorrect.
Cover bases, I guess.
Except the joke.
Because I know what I said before seemed really hostile about like identity thing, but the whole identity thing from before was more so in the context of the debate sphere than saying like general like advocacy.
Yeah, I think like I'm just at the camp. It sounds like so I don't know. Just join an organization. Like join an organization.
Food not bombs.
Yeah, like don't join like
Praz.
It sounds cliche to say, but like I'm a member of the NAACP. I'm the member of like my local chapter of NAACP. I'm a member of the Working Families Party. I am a collar hunting member of the NRA. We'll talk about that later. Like there's like
how do you join?
I do these things and I talk and like I try to like talk in these circles when I can. I try to like go to these things when I can. Like being a member of an organization and trying to involve yourself in your community, I think is the first step. And from there, like you'll find that there are. It sounds like so weird to say, like there are Black people in your area. It's but the thing is, like, you don't like how I say this in a way it makes sense. You don't want to be looking for the Blacks. You want to be just like, how do I find
where do I find the Blacks?
Yeah, like excuse me, I'm African American. Are you a member of an organization? Like don't do that. Like use the resources that are available. Like we know like what the big organizations are. So like a good place to start is like Movement for Black Lives. As much as I have critiques of Black Lives Matter, I will say that there are Black Lives Matter organizations and adjacent organizations that aren't part of that like corrupt power structure that is BLM buying houses and shit. But again, like I could shit on that organization for a while, but but at the same time, like it's a place to start. Like you don't need to think of like, it's like just because you start at the NAACP doesn't mean that you can't end up like higher up in your understanding. Like you don't have to be like fixated and stuck in that route. It's just a place to start where it's like, I'm looking at like, these are the things that I'm feeling, these are things I'm feeling about, and then like rolling, and then just kind of rolling in your way with it. And then like you'll see opportunities kind of pop up and reveal themselves. And something that I think is the most important is it sounds like so like surface level, remember why you're there. I think something that happens a lot is that like you don't want to be like in glorification of Black people. Like this happens a lot in adoption circles I'm in, where like there are well-intentioned parents who are looking to like understand more about adoption of marginalized children and like just non-white children. And then like sometimes I have to ask a question of like, and it sucks when you have to get that point, because like just like they forget that like what the end goal is. Like in my case, for like being like adoption advocacy, is you're going to be raising children. Like that's the end goal. Doesn't matter if it's black, white, insert color memes here, where it's like you're raising a child. So if that's the end goal, always keep that in your mind. If your goal is to help people in your community, then make sure that that's always your goal. Like, yes, obviously, like you're going to be in a space that's predicated for a particular part of like advocacy, but at the end of the day, like that's the thing that you're aiming to do. Something that happens a lot, as we saw, like BLM is a good example, is that you can have parts of organizations that lose their way in that, where like it's again like never confuse that a check can sway your influences. Like, if you see me on Fox News, just know it's all true. Like, but no, I am eating delicious food. Like, but anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, I would just say everything they said.
Unless is a nerd.
Yeah, I'm a nerd. Primarily, remember that you are not a savior. You know what I mean? Because you're there just to help, right? So, if you truly don't have like any Black people around you, pro tip would be find your local like punk and metal community, and you will find some dirty white kids that fuck with anarchism and probably are involved with like Food Not Bombs, or they'll run some kind of mutual aid collective or something that you can donate time, money, or energy to, that will be very worthwhile, both for your personal enrichment and as well as to the people that you'll be feeding and clothing or whatever it is that you're doing out there. So that's the only thing I really have to contribute. Just look for Food Not Bombs, and if you don't have anything organized under that umbrella or whatever, then just find the punks, because the punks are always the dirtiest, poorest, most anarchist ones. So
hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I really like each of those responses. I mean, that's the only thing that I can really say. Hell yes to that. Let's see. We have another one here. And then I think after this question will be the last question. Is there a way to do what the Black Panthers did as far as social needs, such as free clinics that were adequate, free EMs with properly trained people, etc.? And I think this actually ties into the other... Actually, this ties into the last question that we have too, which is, what are some of your guys' preferred methods / tools that have worked to win people over on Black or queer issues, whether family or new people on the internet?
For queer advocacy, I don't advocate in the specifically when it comes to like sexuality. I don't advocate when it comes on to like actual intercourse. I try to steer away from that. Not necessarily saying not disowning like the kink at pride discourse or no shit like that. That's not the point. The point is I don't feel like describing intercourse will do any good when it comes on to trying to bring people over. Personally, IRL in my life, I don't see any utility in that. And personally, I feel like BDSM is very complicated for a really vanilla normie person to fully understand due to it being considered just hyper fixating on sex when that's not what BDSM is. I try to steer away from that because I told Joe this before. When it comes on to advocate me personally advocating for other POC and other marginalized groups, the first thing that I do is listen and take notes, and I don't pick sides when it comes on to division within the community because I feel like that is not my space to pick. At the end of the day, I am for their rights, I'm not for who should be able to wear like, I don't know, like in not chopsticks, hair sticks in their head or like versus like genders, whatever. I can't pick. That's not my fight. Personally, I tried to more so not only spread understanding and how it's okay to have a split in a community because communities will never be a monolith. I think it is important to touch on how different countries navigate as well, and how cultural impact can impact the way you navigate in spaces. So for an example, the way I talk about race relations is different here while I'm on an online space versus how I talk with my family because their culture is different. I think your your ability to adapt is the most useful tool to have because you're able to code switch if you have to. You're able to use proper language, not necessarily code switching because code switching more about your tone. But use proper language as in if you need to use vocabulary, basically if you need to use higher vocabulary versus lower vocabulary. I think also meeting people out where you're at is also a thing, and also as Joe said before, understand that these things are inherently illogical. And as I said before, that these things are self-justifying. So for an example, when I said the whole white supremacy thing and how they outlook POC and the victimization, that whole tangent, that was you understanding that is supposed to be one of the basis of you navigating if you're trying to bring somebody over to the right. Now, however, I think it's very important to not only understand those specific things that I just said, but also self-evaluating first so that you know if you're in the correct mental state in order to do that. Because though it is very perfectly understandable you want to advocate and try to help and everything, you also need to put yourself first so you don't lose your shit. Because I actually personally like went down that rabbit hole before, and it's not fun. So I think out of all of those tools, I think it's can't even remember at the top of my head, but those tools are important. If you need to rewind the VOD for future people, please rewind it. But basically that. I don't know what else to say. I feel like I'm rambling, but yeah. Cool.
Yeah. I'm of the camp of like, it's gonna sound like kind of cop-outy. You have to have a lot of like introspection first and understanding like, again, like what are your goals? And what's your goal when interfacing with people about these things? Something that I learned from the Loudoun County discourse and about the discourse within CRT and the discourse against like trans students, literally, is that these parents have a inner desire for two things and two things only: transparency and education and protection of their children. That's the core of their argument, which is a real thing and something that I think got lost even when I interfaced with them when I was in Virginia and when I was being a reactionary piece of shit before that, was that I just thought that they were just stupid people. And something that I kind of had to recalibrate was that like the reason why I thought they were stupid people was because I didn't do introspection of the fact that people are approaching this at different levels. So like, what is the ground level of their concern? And then everything else spans out from that. Obviously, there's transphobia. Obviously, there's homophobia. Obviously, there's racism. Obviously, there's sexism. But the core of that is the concern. And I think something that's helped me is keep people with me by making sure that concern is at all times. Like, if your goal is to protect children, why would you have a policy that explicitly only caters to the accommodations of girls? When we understand, like, if you believe that boys are vicious to other boys, then why are you just excluding or not trying to figure out what to do with trans boys and men? Like, so it's like you're making a policy that says like your bathroom is going to be assigned based on your like whatever your sex assigned at birth. Like, you really want that? Like, do you really want all these trans girls and trans women to be in spaces with other men when you believe men to be so dangerous? Like, is that something that you want? If your goal is safety, there seems to be a contradiction there. Let's tackle that. If your goal is transparency and education and making sure that we teach all history, then maybe you should start looking into your curriculum and asking, are we teaching all of the history? What does history have to do with English? So why are you targeting these books? If your goal is transparency and teaching all of the history, why are you going after these books for pornography? You can do both, but if that's your concern, which is transparency and curriculum, let's focus on that. Let's prioritize that. And then we can talk, and then we can fight about books all we want, but those are two separate issues. And I think that what happens when we deal with dissenting opinions is we get caught up in thinking that they're on the same level of consciousness about these realities. And they're not. They're just on a different level, and you got to like readjust. Like, I think it's the first thing, like the biggest suggestion I could give is like, it's going to sound like mundane, like, or counterproductive. You got to figure out where they are about their concern and think like, and really just walk them through it. And it's like, oh, so your concern about COVID is just about like your ability to make choices for yourself. Yes. And it's like, okay. And then you believe that the choice of getting tested and getting a vaccine is limiting. You feel like there should be more options. Yes. It's like, okay, I can work with that. Let's talk. How do we expand options that are more inclusive for more people? That's a valid concern. And I think sometimes what people treat that for, especially people farther left than I, is like, oh, you're just appealing to the centrist root. It's like, to an extent, I would agree with that. But at the same time, like, maybe you're not equipped for that battle and someone else is, and I'm the one who's fighting that. So like, I'll do this, and if it doesn't work, have fun. It's the one thing that I'm gonna drop a name. It's gonna be pretty wild. Like, there's one thing that Chaos's Mel talked to me a lot about, where like she sees me fighting with these people, and then it's like the meme of like, I'm gonna watch you drowned, but I'll be here to extend the hand. Like, it's the same sort of thing that I don't know if anyone knows who Kenny is, but it's the same kind of critique where it's like, I wouldn't be doing what you're doing, but have fun. It's like, but this is where I'm at. Just like trying to do a better job at empathizing with people, and then finding, okay, what is the root of your argument and what your concern is in the sea of all this other nonsense.
You're a centrist? I don't know. Right on. Those are both really, really good answers. As far as like why I don't think that there's like a Black Panther Party now, there's a few different reasons for that. Obviously the most obvious reason is COINTELPRO. And also the liberal ratchet effect, but also that the Black Panther Party were a product of the time that they lived in, and there were very specific needs that they had to meet in a time. Aston Mack, who's a good he's been playing panels with us, talked about emergence, and it's essentially that necessity is the mother of invention, right? So the Black Panthers kind of flowed into a gap that was there, that was a consequence of the system that they lived in at the time. Our generation, as in like me, I guess me being a kind of older millennial at this point, our generation is the first generation to live and exist completely outside of Jim Crow. You know what I mean? So our perspective on these types of issues, up to and including black kids like myself, like we have no frame of reference in terms of what the vast majority of us anyway. We have no frame of reference for things like segregation and stuff. That's all stuff that we either have to learn through oral history or by reading about it. So I feel like the more, and there's this raise in consciousness that you can see now, especially in the Black Zoomers, right? Where we're more willing to question sexuality, gender roles, capitalism, all these things that were in the background coming up, but are now brought to the forefront because the temperature has been raised up so high over the course of the past few decades. So it's really just a matter of, for me, because I'm an anarchist, I try to be personally just a completely well-rounded person who could fit into potentially whatever role I would be needed for. I have medic training. I went to EMT school when I was 19. That's something that's really important. There is organizations of street medics, anarchist street medics, that exist throughout the United States and multiple different states and cities and counties and what have you. I've participated in firearms safety training and firearms just like drills training with an organization that was run by a trans BIPOC woman, or rather, it was run by a trans Black woman, and it was the stated intent, like the people that we were trying to get appeal to were trans BIPOC people. I am a streamer. I've used I'm working class as fuck. I literally am going to wake up at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning to hop on the forklift. I use those funds to create this whole infrastructure around me for 3D printing, so I could literally seize the means of production for streaming, so I could disseminate a lot of these ideas about things like Black anarchism and stuff, and to be like a resource, like a well of experience that people can come to no matter who you are. There was a kid in my stream last night. We were playing Dying Light. Remember, we were talking about do-rags. This kid, I was giving people information about do-rags and how you bust waves. And it's really just a matter of playing to your strengths and listening to the needs of the community. Go out amongst the masses and see what they need and provide for that as best you can. And if you can create or find a squad of people who are dedicated to that same goal, that goal being, it doesn't even necessarily have to be Black liberation. It could just be addressing the needs of the lower class, whether it's harm reduction or, addressing poverty, like food shortages and stuff. The center of it should be protecting the children, like Joe has said. And I feel like that dovetails into how you meet people where they're at, is that most people, I won't say all, because there are some anti-natalists out there, but most people care about kids, and as well they should. And I feel like that's where you can appeal most to people. Now, there's the most important part of meeting people where they're at is knowing where they are in the first place. So there's a degree of utility for like talking to certain people that have conflicting views, but like unless you're like Daryl Davis or something, like going out to talk to Klansmen and fucking race realists and shit is utterly useless. Those people are probably, like, I'm 99% sure those people are liars, and that's like part of their ideology. So you at that point you're literally engaging someone in good faith who is not doing the same for you. But aside from that, you can reach people along class lines because, on the dock, there's a lot of Black workers on the dock, but the white workers all have the same experience. They might not have the same historical precedent, but they know their conditions fucking suck. We don't have to talk about the Black Panthers for me to tell them, hey, if we all threaten to quit at the same time, we might get a raise. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at on that. I'm sure I'm forgetting stuff just because that's how these panels work when you're talking for like 4 hours, like Joe said. But
I think one other thing that I think I personally might pursue is desegregation. When I tell you ignorance is a lot of the times comes from not interacting with people IRL. It's just so bad. Like, for me personally, in order for me to go into like a white or like an Asian community, I have to like literally probably it's like a city over. Like, it's a whole different county. Like, I have to go 2 counties over in order to meet people like that. And I think that's kind of maybe a thing that I personally might pursue. And I think that might be a good thing in general. If your area is really segregated by race or like ethnic groups, that you might want to have it so that maybe do like a celebration, like a specific celebration that your culture is, and have it so that it's a broad thing, like a block party or something like that, so more people can interact. Now, don't get me wrong, COVID out here set some people out, but at the same exact time, little stuff like that, or even something simple like a Zoom call, maybe that could be something to do if you're on that, or something like when it comes on to schools. Maybe you want to. Personally, my county is really segregated. Having something like that so you can interact with people real time. I think exposure is something that is needed alongside, like, mutual aid.
Go to a punk show. That's why I say go to a punk show. It's gonna be loud. It's gonna be fun. There's gonna be beer. There's gonna be weed. You're gonna have a good time, and you're gonna find some based ass people eventually. So.
Oh, also, I would like to disown this notion that adults care about children. As a child, I disown this. Okay, and broadly speaking,
That's
adults
fair.
are shitty.
I feel like a lot of that is a consequence of capitalism and colonialism and things that we learned from both of those things. But the shitty thing, for the most part, I feel like the shitty things that adults do to children, they do in repetition of what was done to them. And because they think they have not had introspection about themselves, so they repeat these cycles with their own kids, thinking that that's the best way to raise them or protect them or educate them or whatever.
Absolutely.
But also that it must be said, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that most of the time children are to be seen and not heard to most adults. So.
Well, they're kind of like accessories.
Exactly.
And so, yeah. Or they're treated as such, I should say. But wonderful Puggers people, that is time. We have reached the end of the panel, and this has been a really good discussion, and I really appreciate all of y'all for coming on for
Big Mac out.
My first ever panel. Really means a lot.
Thank you for doing this, Kevin. Like, this was rad. Man. I've been excited about this since you asked me to do it. I've been really excited to meet Joe, and yeah.
Well, I mean, seriously, I really enjoy all your content and your communities. And I mean, that's why I really wanted to do this, because, in terms of just the kind of misinformation that Antifa Cat, what are you doing? Messing with my camera. She's like literally laying on the keyboard. I had to turn it off. But when I've seen like all the sorts of misinformation online, it's just one of those things where, it irked me, because, just in terms of like what Joe was saying earlier, where you gotta read the theory. I did that for about 3 streams. I just did like a research stream after the whole like Professor Flowers thing blew up, and it was just one of those things where it's like, it's so incredibly easy to do, but people just don't do it. So that's why I wanted to like break this stuff down for folks and just have some awesome people who I knew,
I like Joe,
know a lot of stuff about this. Like, come on in and just educate folks. So thank you all so much for doing this again. And now we got a shill for y'all. So starting with Endless Cemetery, where can folks find you?
I am all over the place. You can find me at Facebook, at facebook.com/endlesscemeterygames, twitch.tv/endlesscemetery, Instagram, /endlesscemetery.jpg, YouTube/user/endlesscemetery. I'm also a musician. I'm on SoundCloud. You can find me at SoundCloud/Nightmare Difficulty. I think that's everything.
What about your MySpace and Friendster pages?
Oh, my MySpace is MySpace / my Zanga is
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and I'm on TikTok, tiktok.com/endlesscemetery. Sorry.
Hey, there you go.
And of course, Twitter
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide.
Just like lots of places you can find the Endless Cemetery. Point being, please follow this man. Please.
Please.
Follow him and listen
I'm
to
trying
his...
to quit my shitty forklift job, please.
Please. You heard the man. Make this a reality. Next,
Alfonso
tell us
Berg.
where we can find you, Joe Lewis.
Yeah, twitch.tv/Joe Lewis. The O being a 0. It's the same thing on Twitter. I'm slowly working to rebrand my YouTube. The first video the new one that's like coming on the pipeline is going to be like the rebrand of that. So look out for that. I guess I'm gonna be a dirty video essayist like all these other black folks.
So pretentious.
So proud, dare I? Yeah, it's just that like I need as like I'm turning 33 next this coming Friday, and I'm realizing that like, hey, yeah, thank you. Like, so I'm trying to like figure out if my work schedule is such a way where streaming is going to be challenging, then I'm gonna have to decimate my idea. Decimate? I don't know what the word is. Spread my ideas in different ways. So I think like jumping an idea of like making scripts and hitting record might be a decent thing. So I'm going to try it with a few videos and a few ideas that's been on my mind. We'll see how it goes. So if you want to see that, it's the same thing. You could actually, I think, just search Joe Lewis on YouTube, and I think I'm the first thing that comes up. If not, I'm sorry in advance. I'll make a better link.
I usually do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'm looking forward to that, just like I'm looking forward to Mixed Vivian Wolf's
thinking about switching up
videos.
I'm gonna
I see a lot of cool content creators kind of making the switch to video SAS territories.
There's a pipeline.
Even though they're turncoats, it's okay. I understand. Y'all got to do what you got to do. But seriously, that's an exciting prospect. And, I guess I can't wait for whatever comes out in the future.
Yeah, Monday nights I usually play
Sorry,
Mortal
I had a
Kombat.
mild brain fart there. I don't know where my thought was going.
Build stream,
other than that, and
I'm
then
gonna be building
finally, being Princess. Please tell everybody where they can find you.
Hey yo, it's Bink Princess. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, you can see me at /Bink Princess. It's Bink BINC. Wait, I say CLMAO. No, it's BINK. Princess, Bink Princess. I do research streams for the most part. I'm very hyper focused on Black history for the most part due to after do my essay, I'm going to go over my essay. Shout out to the girlies who already know. I got to do my essay on stream, and then after that, I'm going to go do Black history because like it's Black History Month. Duh. And then I just leak shit because give me listen, I'm calling out all the girls because the girls are out here complaining how the CRT book is like $100, but I'm trying to give you free content and y'all are not coming in my Discord. I'm calling all the girls out. Y'all are broke and I'm trying to help y'all out and y'all are being sus, okay? So hop in my Discord and Discord/Discord because I don't know the fucking link, but You know, I'll send it when I feel like it. But yeah, I'll send it in Kevin's Discord because Kevin. Yeah.
I keep forgetting.
And yeah, just
Kevin,
actually get
'cause
your
my
shit
name is
together.
also
You
Kevin.
know, read Lamau.
Step your brain up.
Exactly. Step your brain up.
That's my Twitch
Get
action.
some movement.
I hope I did a good job, Lamau.
We might see you on the hippy dippy one day. Who knows?
No, let's not hope that.
I was
Cause
gonna say I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I'll get canceled for the bread slur easily.
You're also
not
Kevin
even funny.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Locked and loaded.
I'm really glad I showed restraint on the panels that I was on. I'll say that much.
I was already canceled for the C word, and you know, I don't know if the Saltine Apocalypse caught, you know, however many more victims, but it was a weird time, so I'd rather not repeat that. So
Yeah.
I understand, but now it's time for me to let you all go. Thank you all so much again for being part of this awesome panel, and it's encouraged me to help pretty much do more in the future. It's helped convince me to do more panels. So thank you all so much for being here, and I hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday.
You do the same.
Trust me, you too, man. Take care.
Later.
Enjoy your sports ball.
Yo, Endless.
Yo,
I'm
what
shooting
up?
you.
You're
What are
shooting
you doing after? Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm probably gonna end. I think I'm gonna address chat because I got some new chatters, and I might go to a homie's house to watch the Super Bowl. I gotta move some stuff too because I
Oh,
gotta
it's
move my
today?
laboratory this week. Yeah, Super Bowl.
Ew, gross. Imagine.
Hey, I am the Mortal Kombat Lamar Jackson. So thanks, Talorx.
It do be. Okay, now I'm gonna rate people and put my link in everyone's chat. So
yeah, drop your link in my chat if you didn't do that already.
All right.
All right. Let me, because I'm gonna have to see what's going on.
I have to open up everyone's streamer brain.
I'm gonna move to our DMs and go video chat there.
All right.
There we go. Sport ball fans, yeah. So, thanks everyone. I'm Endless Cemetery. I'm a black anarchist. I talk about black history, labor history, leftist politics, I guess. I play video games. I play Mortal Kombat 11, Soul Calibur 4, or excuse me, Soul Calibur 6, Dead by Daylight. Hunt Showdown's one of my favorite games to play. I play it with Beer Bash. If you guys know Beer Bash, we play sometimes. What's up, Williams Young? Thank you. I'm glad you found me as well. I know that I am a person who was looking for more black people content, and it's cool that people are that we're doing it, and then people are finding us. So if that was you, then I'm glad that. Hey, thanks for the raid, Kev. The big raid.
Oh shit! Everyone's on. Oh my god.
What happened?
So I posted in Joe's chat, but Joe's rating someone.
Oh.
So and then I just posted it in Kevin's, but Kevin rated you.
Oh, that's funny.
So
thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you doing this. Antithesis, what up? Cassian, what up? Gina, what up? What's up to everybody, all the newcomers? I appreciate y'all. Thank you for following me.
Antithesis?
What's that?
It's antithesis? I never thought. Oh, Kevin says antithesis.
Antithesis. It's tomato. I'm just stupid. Yeah, Kevin says it correctly. It's antithesis. I just want to show off the pinky ring again real quick. The brand of sacrifice pinky ring. Look how swaggy this is.
Swaggy.
And my ashy ass hands. But yeah. I forget what I was gonna I wanted to talk to you guys about something after the panel, but I can't remember what it was. And so I think I might just end and raid someone else. I know you all just raided me and we're in here now, but let me see who I want to raid. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be doing a stream. I'll be doing a Gunpla build stream. Let me show you what I'm building. Yep. So tomorrow, building this wing. It's an RG wing, so you know it's gonna be hella runners, hella pieces. Like, just look at all these runners. I can't even get them all in one hand. Look. Yeah, so this is gonna. It's probably gonna be a couple hours worth of stream. Definitely gonna be at least a 2-hour build. And then I might sand and paint it at some other stream. We'll see how long it takes. I also have a Hello Kitty Zaku, but I don't think I'm going to build that one. I think I'm going to keep that one. I might sell it. But
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
But anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. My usual stream time is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because I'm not going to hold you guys. Like I was saying earlier, I have a really strenuous, backbreaking job. I'm a forklift driver, and I've been doing my current stream schedule with my current job for coming up on a year now, and the burnout is getting pretty real. So, I either want to try to make Twitch partner and move to part-time at my job, or I'm gonna have to stream less, unfortunately. I'm thinking about doing Sundays. I want to look at all my favorite streamers' schedules so I don't conflict with their schedules. But right now, it's looking like after this month, for the month of March, I'll probably just be doing Sundays. But at least for the rest of February, for Black History Month, you can catch me here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Aside from that, I do join the odd panel. I've been doing Cataranis panels on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Me and Talorx finna have a conversation on Friday. Finna geek for a minute. Who knows? Maybe this, because I am also moving my laboratory behind me, which is also my bedroom. But I'm moving, so I'm in the process of moving. I'm gonna be moving this week, so definitely come for Cataranis panel. Cataranis is a really dope streamer. If you're not already following her, please also give her a follow. Support her. She does really awesome work as well. And yeah, I guess that's all. That's all I got for you, lovely people. Thank you for following me and giving me a shot. We are going to raid
These nuts.
These nuts. We're gonna raid Candace. Let's see, who should I raid? What do you guys like to watch? Because I know we just barred y'all down with 4.5 hours of politics. Y'all want to watch some Mortal Kombat or something? Actually, I'm just gonna raid Squidpunk. Squidpunk is playing Miltopia. I don't know what that is, but I like Squidpunk a lot. Squidpunk always raids me. So we're gonna pay it forward. Let's do Squidpunk. I accidentally raided Squid Pink. Oh, well, that's there we go. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Show some love. and make sure to let them know I sent you. I love you all. Thank you. And I'll see you guys. Go Cincinnati.